Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 1. Adrian. Leaning against the oak tree, I tap my well-worn script rhythmically against my lap. I found a comfortable spot between two roots, a space at least somewhat devoid of acorns. At least this position won't let me slide into the ground. It's beautiful in Manchester, a sleepy little place somewhere along the East Coast. It took months of scouting to find the perfect location for our movie, and now we're finally here. You'd think after all that prep there'd be no other issues, but there are several, as proven by the noise I can hear behind my closed lids. "You can't get to me," I mutter. The chirping and the chipmunks initially took some getting used to, but now I've adjusted and it no longer phases me to see them dashing about. I hear the rustling of the leaves, the reds and yellows looking brighter under the sun. In a couple of weeks, these leaves will drop and blanket the ground with their foliage. I don't have much experience living in small towns unless it's for a film or vacation. But even so, the thought of the mountains of leaves just waiting for children to jump on makes me smile. I bend over to touch the grass. The blades feel dewy under my fingers. Luckily, I chose to stand and not sit on the wet ground. We don't have anything particular to film today, though the production crew has their hands busy. I can hear the voices rise louder. John's is quite clear and distinctive, his frustration obvious. It's my first time in the executive producer chair, and it's a different perspective to be sure. I'm standing in the wings, away from the line of fire. "Adrian, Adrian, you hear?" My eyes open and my ears prick up when I hear my name. I stand straight and dust the dirt off my sweatpants, a nervous habit. The whispers of the oak leaves follow me as I approach the production crew huddled around the monitors. So far, the actual filming has been going smoothly, a well-oiled machine firing on all cylinders in idyllic Manchester. But the rigidness in everyone's shoulders makes it obvious there are still major issues that need to be solved. John's agitated voice cuts through the rustle of leaves. No, that won't work at all." He shakes his head, face flushed as he rewinds the vocal take. "I need an authentic singer, not hollow imitations." The crew exchanges apprehensive glances behind his back. I step forward, brow furrowed. "What's the problem, John?" He whirls at the sound of my voice, eyes blazing. "Adrian, I can't find the raw passion we need in any of these vocals." Wild gesticulations slice the air. My creative vision demands authenticity, honest emotion straight from the soul. A solution sparks as I nod slowly. What if the actors lip-sync the musical numbers to a live singer? John freezes mid-rant, mulling it over. The birds and the crunch of leaves are all that can be heard. Then his face darkens. No lip-syncing, no tricks. Anything less than complete authenticity won't do justice to this movie. His fist pounds the air, and I bristle at the slight edge in his words. But we've been friends too long for me to take offense. "You know I respect your vision, John," I say evenly. "But surely having them perform to a live voice would—" "No lip-syncing." He cuts me off, his piercing gaze resolute. This film's credibility hinges on finding an untapped vocalist who can unleash raw, genuine emotion from real-life experience. An undiscovered heartland songbird waiting to be uncaged. I slowly exhale, holding his stare for a tense beat before giving a resigned nod. "You've made your stance clear." John's lined face softens a degree. "You're a good actor, Adrian, And you're proving to be a good producer, too. No one would think this is your first time, which is why I need you to hear me on this. His hand claps my shoulder firmly. Let's shake the trees and find that elusive voice to make this soar, yeah? Sir. A timid voice from the edge of the crew huddle cuts through the stillness. I've compiled a list of potential singers from the surrounding towns if you'd like to review it. My gaze shifts to the young production assistant tentatively cradling her tablet, eyes wide with apprehension under John's withering stare. She shrinks back instinctively as he dismisses the notion with a curt shake of his head. No, they need to be local. From right here in McChester. John's raspy tone leaves no room for argument. I won't settle for someone who can't be on set at a moment's notice to capture the raw authenticity we need. With that, he turns his back to start pacing, leaving the assistant to slink backward, despondent. Leaning against one of the massive camera dollies, I twirl my pen idly between my fingers, a nervous habit from my acting days, my fast fingers reflecting how quickly my mind is racing. My eyes scan the apprehensive faces around me as the crew waits with bated breath for direction. They know how fervently John upholds his artistic integrity, uncompromising in his commitment to realism. It's an obsession we both share on some level, driving us to chase that elusive spark of human truth. Where in this sleepy town could we possibly locate the raw, emotive vocalist John so desperately craves? A cacophony of suggestions erupts around me as the team senses my pensive state and tries to help. What about putting out a local casting call? Jen, our head of casting, pipes up. Her brow furrows as she swipes through pages on her tablet. We could hit up all the community centers, churches, even high schools for auditions. Or maybe check if any local talent shows are happening. Greg, a grip, pitches in with a hopeful lilt. Sometimes you can find hidden gems in places like that. No, it has to be someone truly raw, not someone searching for fame, John interjects, waving off the ideas with a brusque shake of his head. Not some kid who's already been trotted out on stages and had their soul crushed out of them by applause-hungry parents. Shoulders slumping, the crew exchanges helpless looks as the suggestions rapidly devolve into stressed, simultaneous volleys ricocheting across the dimming forest clearing. What about the local music shop? Maybe someone who... Do any nearby schools have choir programs still intact? There's gotta be a few dive bars or... Raising my hand, I finally cut through the escalating din. Enough! Startled faces whirl toward me, the sudden stillness allowing the chorus of crickets and rustling leaves to wash over us once more. I exhale slowly, carefully considering my next words. I can sense the psychological distance widening between John's uncompromising ideals and the rest of the crew's pragmatic realities. John, you know I share your commitment to excellence as well as anyone, which is why I want you to hear me now. My eyes bore into his, equal parts promise and plea. We're going to find your singer, even if I have to walk every last stretch of road in this town myself until the perfect voice emerges. His angular features remain impassive for a suspended beat. Then a slow nod, almost imperceptible. An ember of understanding passes between us. That unspoken bond of creative partnership that's fueled all our greatest triumphs. See, that's what I'm talking about, he murmurs at last, hoarse voice cracking with apparent gratitude. I can count on you to move heaven and earth for the art, Adrian. His weathered features break into a ghost of a smile, that familiar spark of respect flashing behind his eyes. Pivoting to face the crew with a renewal of energetic purpose, John jabs a calloused finger skyward. You heard, Mr. Bailey? We've got a gem to excavate, so everybody better start digging. His voice booms with the authority of a battlefield commander rallying the troops. We're not stopping until we unleash the voice to elevate this picture to high art. A rallying cry unleashes a flurry of activity around me as the crew jumps into focused action, their earlier unease washed away by the surging creative tide. Because in the end, the true artists among us never settle for anything less than transcendent authenticity. no matter what sacrifices it takes to obtain. Pivoting to survey the now rapt faces behind me, I straighten into the authoritative stance that's marshaled armies on the battlefield of the big screen. A natural-born leader, ready to galvanize the troops for our latest quest. Everyone, get some rest tonight, because tomorrow we start fresh with maximum effort. My words resonate with the rallying cadence of a motivational speech. No stone will be left unturned, no shadowy hollow left unexplored until we excavate the perfect voice to immortalize John's transcendent vision. As the crew murmurs with newfound determination, I allow my gaze to drift back toward the sleepy township tucked between the dusky hills. Out there somewhere lies our elusive Holy Grail, waiting to be discovered. Feeding off the electricity crackling through the twilit forest air, I snag a jacket and head out to begin my own search alongside them. But how do I find a singer capable of making John's cinematic area soar to the artistic heights we both crave? Chapter 2. Adrian. I find myself in the solace of my hotel room, my mind still plagued by the problem of searching for our elusive singer. None of the singers we found has measured up to John's exacting standards. Even though I've been an A-list celebrity for a while, it has taken me years to find a production company willing to fund this movie. I've had to break through their initial misgivings, not because of the storyline, but because one irrevocable condition had been casting myself in the lead role. As if I deserve anything less, I mutter to myself, a habit it seems I'm forming the longer I stay in this town. Everyone has been so used to seeing me as the hot, athletic lead, spouting off cheesy yet endearing one-liners. But I wanted to push my skills beyond that. I've loved acting since I was a child, but it has taken this long for everyone else in the industry to take me seriously. Absently rubbing the faded scar along my jawline, a memento from that harrowing action flick years ago, I find myself pondering the ironic role reversal. For once, I'm not the one being pursued by studios and directors clamoring for my box office appeal. This time, the pressure is entirely on my shoulders to deliver an intangible element, even more challenging than any death-defying stunt. Effortless, soul-stirring authenticity. I drop my script and notes on the bed before plopping down exhausted on top of it. Despite my encouraging words to the crew earlier, I can't deny my worry. How will we manage to find our elusive star in this small town? There's a lot more at stake here than just a voice. It's my genre-defying role and my first film as a producer. It's my chance to prove that it's not just sentiment that attracted me to this movie, that I have the instincts to find the diamond amongst all the scripts we get sent on the daily. Sitting up, I reach over to call for room service. I expect I'll be up all night, reading through the script and checking my emails. I take a quick cold shower, trying to shock my foggy brain into waking up. Dressed casually in gray sweatpants, loosely tied with a drawstring, and a white shirt, I lean against the swivel chair. Pen in hand, I read through the script heavily lined with notes. Mouthing my lines, I'm determined to make sure I know them by heart. My long fingers rifle through the pages, stopping at the ones marked with bright post-its. I've highlighted a few lines, those that heavily signified tragedy and loss, heartbreak and redemption. It's been years since I've played a role of this magnitude, and on bad days I find myself doubting my capabilities, just as those production companies did. I jump a few times trying to shake off my nerves. Performing a role like this requires a deep mental shift on my part. Heavy drama requires an immersion into the character, but yet the strength of will to separate my real self from it. My character, a single dad who becomes depressed after witnessing his wife's murder, helps police find his wife's killer and bring him to justice. However, due to administrative errors and a plea deal with the DA, he's jailed with minimal penalty. My character then has to deal with the fallout and his survivor's guilt, while at the same time helping his children cope with their own grief. In the process, he discovers the depth of his resilience and finds strength and hope in his family. I lean against the armrest of the couch, mouthing the lines that reflect the emotional heart of my character. I read the scene which showcases the turmoil he undergoes. It's a heart-wrenching one, The first which allows the audience to empathize with what he's going through. A car horn interrupts my thoughts, its headlights casting a dim light across the ceiling. A subtle knock sounds at my door, and I hurry to open it. My stomach rumbles as I smell the aroma wafting through the steel cover. I thank the person pushing the mobile table in with a smile, discreetly handing him a tip. It's eerie how quiet this town is on a Friday night. I'm used to the incessant noise of the city, car horns, music, voices. They were my lullaby. I take a sip of the steaming coffee, the bitter notes coating my tongue as my eyes drift back down to the crumpled pages strewn before me. The weight of John's words from earlier hangs heavy in the stillness of the hotel room. Peering into the inky darkness cloaking the landscape, my eyes trace the gently rolling silhouettes of hills and trees standing silent sentry. Out there, somewhere amongst the scattered homes and winding back roads, lives the extraordinary vocalist gifted with the primal emotional resonance John seeks. But without local connections or insight into the area's music scene, if such a thing even exists in these rural parts, how can we ever hope to unearth her before our rapidly dwindling shooting schedule evaporates? A spark of an idea flickers in my mind's periphery as my gaze lands on the half-eaten plate of food congealing on the sideboard. Perhaps the key lies in exploiting one of the oldest networking gambits in the book. Snagging my phone, I quickly type out a terse message to my assistant and hit send before doubts can dissuade me. Then I settle back with a steeled breath, improbable schemes already whirring as I prepare to dig in. Because when a man's reputation is on the line, no resource can be left untapped, no matter how unorthodox the method. After all, the true craftsmen among us never settle for anything less than seizing that transcendent lightning in a bottle no matter the cost. John wants his artistic muse? Well, I'm determined to deliver her, even if I have to charm and call the entire local population one by one. I've just put my phone face down on the table when this crazy knock comes pounding at the door. I get up, wondering if there's some sort of emergency. As soon as I swing the door open, John himself comes barreling into the room in a total tizzy, eyes wide with that manic energy only he can pull off. "Adrian, you gotta hear this right now!" John practically shouts, crackling voice buzzing with more excitement than I've heard from him in ages. He thrusts his phone my way without any preamble, clumsy thumbs pulling up some video file. I lean forward, back going ramrod straight. The dedicated actor in me instantly snaps to attention, because you never know when that one elusive detail hits and unlocks the full depth of a role. But holy hell, I couldn't have braced for what washes over me next. The first few haunting notes drift out from those tiny phone speakers, and it's like the whole damn world just stops. Shadows fall, the world goes still, a single voice cuts through the chill. Echoes of heartache long suppressed, a mournful cry from the dispossessed. This achingly pure, crystalline voice, unlike anything I've heard outside an old cathedral, seems to swell in the cramped space between us. Layers of delicate ethereal harmonies tangle with this utterly raw, soulful power that hits me straight in the gut. Sorrow's lament pours from her soul, a wordless plea for the shadows to go. Through suffering's grip, her spirit soars, seeking solace behind locked doors. I can only sit there stunned as the vocals reach some primal, indescribable place inside me. That same elusive ache for truth that I know fuels John's whole artistic drive is now sharpened into piercing focus by this disembodied angel singing its rapture right here in my room. Flickering across the phone's crappy video feed, I catch glimpses of rustic bleachers and the dimly lit frame of what looks like a high school gymnasium. And there at the center, with the spotlight shining on her, is a simply dressed young black woman wearing just jeans and a plain cotton blouse, standing quietly before the unblinking camera eye. Until she opens her mouth again, that is. In that instant, the unassuming figure is utterly transformed into something transcendent. From mortal frame, a spirit takes wing, an earthbound sorrow finally taking flight. Waves of profound emotion seem to pour out of her like an eruption from someplace unseen. Layers of intricately soaring, otherworldly vocals ripple outwards until her whole being looks entirely cloaked in this radiant aura. Her eyes slip shut, face slackened in what appears to be a straight-up trance. like she's a conduit for the muses of art themselves, whispering their secrets through her very marrow. By the time those final angelic strains fade into silence, my heart's flat out thundering against my ribs. I'm only vaguely aware of John boring those blazing eyes into me, his countenance lit up with the fire of pure revelation. That's her, man. His gruff mumble barely registers above a reverent hush. The undiscovered vocal angel we've been chasing all along. No other words pass between us at that moment, but an unspoken agreement charges the stale air with the electricity of a grand epiphany. I'd almost thought she was a mere figment of our imagination. But our hopelessness has instead revealed a transcendent gift, forged in the scorching flame of unflinching creative integrity and relentlessness. We're not just director and actor anymore, not even professionals weighed down by looming pressure or budgets. We're awestruck pilgrims basking in the divine light of true revelation, eyes blown wide by the realization that we've found our holy grail. My awed gaze finally meets John's blazing stare. A weighty stillness at what we've just found yawns out into the cosmos itself. Because in that rarefied slipstream, we can already see the completed movie playing out before us in all its sublime, realized glory. After all the struggles, we finally discovered artistic perfection, and will bring it out into the harsh light. And the celestial siren's name destined to be on everyone's lips is...
Chapter 3. Lacey. Stay close together, I say over my shoulder as I lead everyone outside. Walking out with my students, I'm greeted by the sun shining against my face, its warmth giving my skin a gentle caress. I spy a line of cars ready to pick up their various offspring from another day at school, and I usher my students in a line. The afternoon sun dips lower, casting long shadows across the bustling scene of school pickup at Manchestertown Elementary. As I guide my students, their backpacks bouncing with each step, the cacophony of car horns, parents calling out their children's names, and the occasional bark of a dog waiting in the back seat of a family SUV fills the air. The sharp scent of autumn, that mix of crisp air and decaying leaves, is occasionally overpowered by the exhaust fumes as cars inch forward in the queue. Ginger, my fellow teacher on pickup duty, already has her walkie-talkie on hand, ready to call out names as she spies placards placed against windshields. I wrap my cardigan around me as the wind swirls, taking with it the reddish-gold leaves of a nearby tree. Laughter rings out innocently, some children running to try in vain to catch the flying leaves. The joyous sound mingles with the happy chirping of the birds, flapping their wings overhead. I wave to harassed-looking parents and nannies, leading children into their waiting hands. School pickup is always frenetic, regardless of location and age. Here, at Manchestertown, we're extra cautious, making sure class teachers are always at hand to make sure each child gets home safe. "Thank you, Miss Veron," Mary says, gratefully taking Elizabeth's hand. "Bye, Miss Veron." The little girl waves cheerily as she walks away. I wave back, knowing they're in a rush to pick up Elizabeth's brother from the middle school before heading to after-school activities. I chat with a few of my students as the car pickup line slowly heads to the waiting area one by one. Suddenly, a dark SUV makes a sharp left, leaving the line to park in an empty spot by the playground. I move my students cautiously behind me in a protective motion. Most of the cars are familiar to me by now, but this unexpected move surprises me. It could be a new car, but all our parents are given careful instructions on pickup procedures to ensure our students' safety. This car is not only unknown, but it just performed an unsafe maneuver, almost hitting a little boy as he crossed the pickup lanes to his mother. The SUV adjusts its parking position, maneuvering in and out to fit into the tight spot better. Ginger, always vigilant, spots a familiar car. "Jackson, your mom's here," she briskly announces through her walkie-talkie. A small boy with a mop of curly hair dashes excitedly towards a silver minivan, his laughter blending with the rustling of the leaves underfoot. Nearby, a group of mothers cluster together, their conversation a soft murmur against the backdrop of children's delighted squeals as they spot their rides home. As I adjust my cardigan against the brisk wind, another gust sends a swirl of golden leaves dancing around a little girl, trying to stomp on them, her giggles infectious. I can't help but smile at the simple joys of childhood, momentarily lost in the scene, until that dark SUV catches my attention with its abrupt maneuver, pulling me back to the immediacy of my responsibilities. I stand tall and tense, prepared to lecture whoever this driver is. As the door of the SUV swings open, a man in his late 30s steps out. His attire a smart blend of casual and professional, khaki trousers, paired with a navy blazer. I've never seen this man before in my life, but I'm ready to defend in case he poses a threat and it becomes necessary. The sunlight catches on a sleek business card he holds out toward me. Despite the friendly gesture, I instinctively take a step back, my main priority the children chattering behind me. "Miss Viren, I presume?" His voice is smooth, clearly rehearsed for persuasion, but his approach just makes my hackles rise. "Please stay there," I assert firmly, my voice edged with the authority I've honed from years of managing classrooms. "I don't know you, sir, and this isn't a normal pickup procedure." He pauses, respecting the boundary I've set, and offers a polite smile. "Of course, I understand your concern. My name is Joshua Mills. I'm one of the PAs for a movie that's currently being filmed here in town," he explains, his tone earnest. "I'm sure you've heard of it?" When I continue looking at him blankly, he continues. "I'm here because of your singing. My team came across a video of you performing in the school gym. It was quite impressive." I furrow my brows, surprised and a bit annoyed. That video was supposed to be a private favor for the school, not something broadcasted online. "That was a one-time thing for a school event," I clarify, still unsure of his intentions. "It shouldn't have been shared publicly." Joshua nods, acknowledging my discomfort. "I apologize for the surprise. We were scouting locally for talent, and your voice caught our attention. The song you performed, the mood you evoke, it fits the entire vibe of our film perfectly." As I stand there, pulling my cardigan tighter around me, my fingers unconsciously clutch at the soft fabric, a nervous habit that surfaces whenever I'm stressed or anxious. The audacity of the situation begins to sink in. The notion that our quaint little town, typically nothing more than a backdrop to the quiet hum of everyday life, could be the setting for a movie, and even more ludicrous, that I, Lacey Veron, an elementary school teacher devoted to her pupils and her peace, could be part of it. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mills," I start, my voice steady despite the surreal nature of our conversation. "I think there's been some kind of mistake. I'm just a teacher. I'm not interested in any movie project." My resolve solidifies as I stand there, the protective instinct that I usually reserve for my students, now directed at preserving my own normalcy. "Everything okay, Miss Viren?" One of the students, a bright-eyed boy named Toby, interrupts with a concerned frown. I muster a reassuring smile, folding my hands in a bid to quell my nervous habit. "Everything's fine, Toby. Let's make sure everyone gets picked up safely. Shall we?" I glance momentarily at Ginger, who has also approached with a curious look. "Is everything all right, Lacey?" she whispers, eyes darting between Joshua and me. "This gentleman is talking about a singing opportunity," I explain, keeping my tone neutral, but my stance protective of the space around me and my students. "I understand this is unexpected," Joshua continues, his gaze sincere. "I'm not here to disrupt your life or career. I simply wanted to extend an invitation to discuss this further at your convenience." I hold up my hand, stopping him mid-sentence. "I appreciate your interest, Mr. Mills, but I'm a teacher, not a singer looking for fame." My voice is resolute, reflecting my firm decision. "Please respect that I have no interest in pursuing this any further." Joshua seems taken aback, but nods respectfully. Of course, Miss Varon. I apologize if this has caused any inconvenience. Should you ever change your mind, here's my card. He places the card on a nearby bench without stepping any closer. Thank you, but no thank you, I say, ensuring there's no ambiguity in my refusal. As Joshua shifts his weight from one foot to the other, Ginger leans in, her voice low. Are you sure about this, Lacey? It could be a big opportunity. I shake my head, my decision clear. I'm sure, Ginger. My place is here with these kids. I gesture to the laughing, playful children around us, their joy reinforcing my resolve. Joshua, unaccustomed to being turned down, shuffles uncomfortably on his feet. I truly meant no disrespect, Miss Varon. We are genuinely impressed with your talent and thought it could be a wonderful opportunity, he explains, his voice tinged with regret that his proposal has not been met with enthusiasm. His words, meant to reassure me, only heighten my anxiety. This whole scenario feels like a disruption to the orderly life I cherish. My stance becomes even more defensive, almost mirroring the fierce protection of a mother hen surrounded by her chicks. I need you to leave now, I say, my tone leaving no room for further discussion. If you do not vacate these premises immediately, I will call the police. Joshua's face falls and he quickly nods, an apologetic air replacing his earlier confidence. Of course, I'll leave at once. Again, my apologies for any disturbance. He turns briskly, heading back to his sleek, nondescript SUV parked at the curb. As he opens the driver's door, he pauses, offering one last regretful look in my direction before climbing in. Left standing there, the edge of my cardigan now a twisted mess in my hands, I feel a mix of relief and bewilderment wash over me. My students, who had been a buzzing circle of curiosity, slowly resumed their normal activities, though a few cast puzzled glances my way, sensing the tension that had momentarily enveloped their usually unflappable teacher. The offer, as bizarre and fleeting as it had appeared, hangs in the air like a note from a forgotten melody, unreal, distant, and out of place. I shake my head slightly, trying to dispel the surreal fog that had momentarily clouded my pickup duties. As the SUV drives away, I turn back to the school, ready to finish the day strong, my brief encounter with the world of movie production already fading into the background of my mind. We continue to oversee the rest of the pickup process. My mind retains a whirlwind of what-ifs, but my heart is steady, anchored by the laughter of my students echoing around us. The bizarre interlude with Joshua fades, becoming just another odd story in the tapestry of my teaching career. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 4. Lacey. I stare at my reflection in the dirty mirror, the vanity lights illuminating every pore, every blemish, every flaw. Over the years, I've learned to hide them, but I've always been a proponent of the no makeup look, even long before it became fashionable. I apply the primer over my dark skin, I used to think foundation was the only thing I needed to perform under stage lights, but I learned that it doesn't hold up under the heat and sweat. Primer needs to be applied first, and I found a good one that doesn't block my pores the way foundation does. I still need foundation, of course, but at least it doesn't sit directly on top of my skin. I examined my array of eyeliner, deciding on a purple kohl pencil for tonight. It should make my dark brown eyes pop against my sequined black dress. I curl my lashes in preparation for mascara, my breath fogging the mirror as I lean closer. Gemma, one of the dance troupe members who normally perform before my set, walks behind me, rushing with her arm outstretched, a bejeweled earring in her fingers. She's already in costume, a beautiful shiny one-piece cut high on the sides of her thigh. The glittery feathers on her headdress catch the light. She's one of a group of sisters, incredibly talented dancers and gymnasts. Tonight, they seem to be dressed like the Rockettes. The loud noise of the club reaches the dressing room every time someone opens the door. The smells of spilled beer and liquor waft through the air. Jim, the club owner, has banned smoking inside the club, something I'm thankful for. I can hear the bass thumping through the walls as DJ Havoc, or Steve Turner in real life, finishes his set. Despite the chaos, I feel as if I have tunnel vision. My focus is absolute. In a few minutes, I'll be up on stage serenading the audience with my songs. Apocalypto is an unusual club in that it offers a variety of genres every night. Some nights we have comedians, other nights karaoke. It's a hub for audience members of various ages. Suddenly, I remember the encounter I had earlier in the day, and I frown. "Penny for your thoughts," Sharon teases, putting her face next to mine in the mirror. I laughed. My expression must still have a slight frown because she asks, "Something worrying you?" She reaches over and browses through the makeup on my table. "I met someone," I start. Sharon immediately squeals, drawing the attention of everyone else in the dressing room. "What is it? What happened? Is there a fire?" "Lacey met someone," Sharon announces gleefully. "Sharon, I don't mean it that way." I protest to no avail. They've all crowded around me, wanting to hear more details. I take a deep breath, momentarily distracted by the commotion in the dressing room. My friends are eager to hear about the man I supposedly met. I gather my thoughts and begin sharing the details, my voice carrying a hint of skepticism that lingers within me. "So earlier today, while I was manning the pickup line at school, this guy comes up to me with the most tantalizing proposition," I explain. My words met with raised eyebrows and curious glances. "He told me he was working on a project here in town. He was a PA for the movie they're filming. So I looked into it more. He was sent by Adrian Bailey." Laughter and more squeals fill the room as my friends exchange looks of disbelief, their fascination evident. I shrug nonchalantly, unaffected by their starstruck reactions. To me, fame has always been a distant concept, something I've observed from the periphery of my life. "Wait, Lacey, Adrian Bailey? Are you kidding me?" Sharon exclaims, her eyes wide with excitement. "You do know who he is, don't you?" "Yeah, I know. It sounds crazy," I reply, incredulity evident in my voice, but it was really him. He even mentioned that he's been searching for someone with a unique voice, someone who can bring authenticity to this project he's filming. Gemma chimes in with a mischievous grin. "Lacey, this could be your big break. Imagine singing alongside a Hollywood star." I chuckle, feeling the weight of their enthusiasm. "I appreciate your excitement, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. I mean, who knows what this would involve? He wasn't heavy on the details. It might just be a passing whim." Sharon shakes her head, her eyes shining with determination. "No way, Lacey. You're incredibly talented. And if Adrian Bailey realizes it too, you have to explore this opportunity. Don't let it slip away." The room falls into a brief silence as their words sink in. I glance around at my friends, their faces reflecting a mix of anticipation and encouragement. They believe in me, even when I struggle to fully believe in myself. "I appreciate your enthusiasm, guys," I say, a note of gratitude in my voice. But I only met him once. It could be a fluke. He could be out there right now, recruiting someone else. My focus has to be on tonight's performance. Adrian Bailey or not, I want to give everything I have on that stage. The rest will fall into place. As their excitement subsides and the room returns to its bustling energy, I take one last look in the mirror. The no-makeup base, the sequin dress, and the purple kohl eyeliner all fade into the background. What matters most is the passion in my voice, the connection I forge with the audience through my music. With a final breath, I push the doubts aside and stand up, ready to step onto the stage. Adrian Bailey may have entered my world unexpectedly, but tonight, it's my voice that will captivate the room and my authenticity that will shine through. This encounter with a Hollywood actor is just a blip in my life. It's a passing encounter in the grand scheme of things. The offer he extended implied an unrealistic path where love and dreams intertwine. In a movie set, at least. As I walk out of the dressing room and towards the stage, I remind myself to stay true to who I am, no matter the temptation his offer holds. The journey is just beginning, and I'm ready to embrace it with open arms. And so, with a heart full of hope and a voice ready to soar, I take my place on the stage. The audience fades into the background, the spotlight illuminates my face, and the crowd's anticipation fills the air. With a deep breath, I remind myself to embrace the uncertainty, to trust in my own voice, and to let the music speak for itself. In that moment, all doubts fade away, replaced by a sense of purpose and excitement. The stage is set, and as I begin to sing, I let go of everything else and allow the music to carry me. Perhaps, just perhaps, it will carry me towards a future waiting to unfold. My voice, rich and soulful, cascades over the crowd, weaving through the dense air of the bar, captivating the audience with each note. Their rapt expressions are a testament to my growing local fame. The music envelops me, igniting a fire within that propels me forward. The stage is my sanctuary, a place where I can truly be myself. As I sing, the world around me fades away, replaced by the raw emotion pouring out of me. I can feel the energy in the room, the collective appreciation for the music that weaves a tapestry of connection among us all. Concluding my set to applause and cheers, I step off the stage, the echo of my performance lingering in the air as I make my way through the crowd. The exhilaration still pulses through my veins, adrenaline fueling my every step. I can hear snippets of praise and admiration from the audience, their words like delicate whispers of validation. In the midst of a conversation with a group of admirers, I pause when a presence approaches me, the energy shifting as I lift my gaze to meet Adrian Bailey's in the flesh. I recognize him instantly from his movies. The room seems to hold its breath, the music fading into the background as his eyes lock into mine. There is a magnetic pull, an unspoken connection that we both feel in that moment. Adrian's proximity does more than shock me. It unravels my poise momentarily, the man before me far surpassing the inanimate charisma of his printed images. My heart quickens its pace, a mix of excitement and uncertainty coursing through me. I try to steady myself, to maintain the composure that comes naturally when I'm on stage, but his mere presence renders me vulnerable. When I step off stage, introductions falter on my lips. My heartbeat drowns out the sound of my own voice as I take his offered hand, the texture of his skin against mine grounding me back to reality. His touch is warm and firm, a reassuring anchor amidst the chaos of my thoughts. I find myself lost in his gaze, searching for answers to the unspoken question that hangs between us. As he speaks, his voice is sincere and compelling. I find myself caught in the gravity of the moment. "I've seen your performance, Lacey," Adrian says, his eyes filled with genuine admiration. Your voice is special, something that can breathe life into the movie I'm working on. You're authentic and raw. I believe you can bring something truly remarkable to my project. I blink, my mind struggling to process his words. Why me? It feels like a dream, a surreal moment that I fear will shatter at any second. But his sincerity is undeniable, his belief in me unwavering. I take a deep breath, gathering the courage to respond. Mr. Bailey, Adrian, I'm honored, I managed to say, my voice carrying a mixture of gratitude and disbelief. But there are so many talented singers out there. What makes you think I'm the one? Why me?
Chapter 5. Adrian, why me? Her question echoes in my brain, her tone still incredulous. In my mind, all of the reasons swirl around easily. It has to be her. There's no one else. Who else has such an angelic voice that packs so much emotion? And who else has the beauty to captivate a whole room? Oh! Why don't we talk about it some more over there? I ask, leading her to my table. Everyone seems to be looking at us. Though I tried to be unobtrusive, sitting in the back, nestled in the shadows, I attracted attention the moment I stepped forward to greet Lacey after her performance. Would you like a drink? I offer, signaling to the bartender who appears, like everyone else, to be watching us. Lacey sends him a wide smile and a nod, an unspoken understanding between them. He must have her regular order down to a science. So, Mr. Bailey, to continue our conversation, she prompts as soon as she receives her drink, gratefully thanking the voluptuous brunette who hands it to her. Soft smile graces my lips, my eyes understanding. Lacey, talent is abundant. I can find plenty of good singers everywhere. But what sets you apart is not just your voice. It's the emotion you bring to your performance. There's something raw and vulnerable in your delivery that truly moves people. I believe in your ability to touch hearts, and that's why I want you. I watch my words wash over her. I hope my words of validation erase any hint of doubt she has about her abilities. My offer, no matter how tempting to her, must be throwing a wrench into her well-planned life. I'm hoping she accepts it regardless. That she realizes this project won't be just an unexpected twist in her journey to success. It will actually propel it. The room, which seemed quiet when I saw her, comes alive once again, the music and conversations blending into a symphony of excitement. The weight of my offer can't be taken lightly. The allure of Hollywood and the call of fame is hard to turn down. Yet she's nurtured her dreams on her own terms. That will be hard to top. I open my mouth to continue my argument. Lacey, John Daniels is a master at his craft. He's well known for his soulful shots and artistic eye. I think your voice will blend really well with the effect he's going for. He's a perfectionist, as am I. As are you. My eyes roam over her face. She's listening to me, at least. Her cheek rests in a cupped hand. She could have easily gone back to her dressing room. Encouraged, I continue. There are many other singers out there. You're right about that. But we want someone who's not well known, who has her own style and identity. Many of the singers we've listened to are quite commercial. They sound exactly alike. They change the way they sing to suit what will sell. But you don't. If you agree to do the project, John and I will make sure it doesn't sound pre-recorded, that you don't lip-sync to your song on set, I continue. Normally, many movies pre-record tracks in a studio and then overlap them with the taped scene during the editing process. This is something John wants to avoid at all costs. He's quite determined to do things the traditional way. A variety of reactions race across Lacey's face. She seems intrigued at the concept of not lip-syncing for a movie production. Knowing a bit more of her background, this may be her first experience singing to a camera and a crowd of production people rather than to a live audience whose sole purpose is to listen to her. Everyone will be drawn to her voice, even the jaded ones in the industry, but It's a different experience having your audience react to what you're doing in real time. I sense her uncertainty, her hesitation hanging in the air like a delicate thread. I need to reassure her, to ease the weight of my request. "Lacey," I say, my voice gentle yet determined. "I want you to understand that your role in this project would be strictly vocal. The pressure of acting is not something I want you to worry about. Your talent lies in your voice, and that's what I want to showcase. It's quite expressive. No acting is actually necessary. Your voice speaks well enough for you." Her eyes meet mine, and I can see the flicker of uncertainty. If she was anything like the other aspiring starlets I've known, she'd be flattered at the potential opportunity, and she'd take advantage of my offer. Unlike others, though, she doesn't seem to crave fame. Quite the opposite, really. I've researched her enough to know her life is already delicately balanced between teaching and singing. If I'm being honest, her reluctance is refreshing. I don't know anyone who wouldn't be jumping at this opportunity right now. I debate how honest I should be with her. "In my heart, Lacey, I admire everything about you," I confess, my voice genuine and filled with admiration. "After seeing and hearing you in person, I can't help but be captivated by your talent. You shine on stage, and frankly, you can do so much more than singing here. You belong on the grandest stages the world has to offer." Lacey hesitates, her expression torn and troubled. "I appreciate your belief in me, Adrian," she says, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "But I have so many commitments already. It's a lot to take on." She continues, "Besides, I've seen what popularity can do to a person. You say you enjoy my unique style, but what makes you so sure I won't change it to pander to your audience?" I let out a laugh. "Even though I've only known you a short while, Lacey, I have a feeling that's not going to happen. You're entirely too sure of yourself and your own talent that you know you don't need to change it to satisfy others. Besides, someone who sings the way you do must be drawing it from something deep no one can touch or change." She turns to look at me. The shock on her face is quickly dampened and hidden underneath a small laugh. I reach out and place a reassuring hand on her arm. "I understand the weight of this decision," I tell her, my voice filled with empathy. "But I truly believe that this project has the potential to launch your career to new heights. It's an opportunity to reach a wider audience, to touch lives in ways you can't even imagine." She looks deep into my eyes, a mix of hope and uncertainty on her face. "That's true," she admits, her voice filled with contemplation. "But I don't want to let anyone down. I have students who rely on me and commitments that I can't just abandon." I lean closer to her, my voice filled with conviction. "Lacey, you have the power to captivate people effortlessly," I say, my words laced with sincerity. "This isn't something that can be taught. You have a gift that deserves to be shared with the world. Even me, a confirmed cynic, couldn't take my eyes away from you tonight. Together, we can make something extraordinary." She takes a deep breath, her eyes searching mine for answers. "I honestly don't know." "I'd be a fool to turn it down, I know that," she finally says. "But it's a big decision, and honestly, not something I planned for. I don't know if you've considered the potential consequences joining a movie will have on my private life." She bites her lip. "You must deal with the intrusion all the time. Can you honestly tell me you enjoy it?" "Privacy is a malleable concept when you're a celebrity," I admit. "But the difference is, you have your community to come back to. I'm a firmly entrenched Hollywood figure. I'm easy to find. In your case, depending on what you decide, once the movie and the publicity blow over, you can go back to your normal life." She takes a sip of her gin and tonic, crunching an ice cube between her teeth. I offer her a warm smile, my heart swelling with admiration at her conviction. "Take your time," I say, my voice filled with reassurance. "Just know that I believe in you, and I'm here to support you no matter what you decide." Her eyes dart to the waitstaff, rushing from one table to the next while juggling trays of beer and cocktails. She watches a group of dancers on the stage, just taking in the scene. I give her space, watching the flashing lights reflect in her eyes. Her chest rises and falls with her steady breathing. The black straps of her dress seem to give warmth to her dark skin. She must have put some sort of sparkly lotion on her body. I can see the slight shimmer against the light. With a determined expression, she looks into my eyes. She seems to have come to a decision. I appreciate your belief in me, truly. But right now, I need to stay true to my own path. I have so much more to nurture before I can consider taking on something of this magnitude. My schedule is full. I have so much on my plate already. I can't possibly give this role the justice it deserves. As soon as she finishes speaking, the room seems to hold its breath once more, the weight of her words lingering in the air. I search her expression, a torrent of emotions flooding through me. Long ago, when I first decided on a career in entertainment, I knew I had to be relentless. I learned never to take no for an answer. The competition is fierce, and persistence is vital. I was expecting Lacey to turn me down, and true enough she did, albeit gently. In truth, I haven't been in this position for a long time. I'm not quite sure how to proceed. Ever since I've reached the so-called pinnacle of Hollywood fame, it's been easy to convince backers of any movie projects I may have in mind. This is a new dilemma, and I intend to flex my considerable powers of persuasion to convince Lacey to join me. But how to go about it? Chapter 6. Adrian. The next day finds me on set, reading leisurely through the script again. I'm unsure how to tell John of my failure the night before. I couldn't see the point of pushing. Not then. Lacey strikes me as a woman of conviction. Pushing last night might have made her close down on me. After she gave me her answer, I stayed with her for a bit, enjoying the dancing spectacle on stage. I was really watching her, however. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see her watching her fellow performers on stage. She seemed genuine in her enjoyment of their performance, even though she must have seen their routine before. Her applause at the end of their set was obviously sincere. I don't know what to make of her. I've never met a club performer who didn't aspire for something more. Though I caught a hint of yearning once or twice in her eyes last night, she still preferred her small-town fame over the global renown I was offering her. I frown as I remember her reluctance to suffer the consequences of Hollywood prominence. In my way of thinking, those are just byproducts. The benefits still outweigh the sacrifices. Money and fame are obvious bonuses, of course. For me, personally, the opportunity to pick and choose how I practice my craft is a major factor in my decision to choose this way of life. A pounding at the door interrupts my thoughts. "Mr. Daniels is free now, Mr. Bailey," a voice announces loudly through the door. I casually walk over to the production team's trailer. John and I normally meet before shooting starts to go over the spacing, lighting, and angles, plus any script changes, so I'm ready for my mark when filming starts. Plus, John and I just like to brainstorm ideas. He's as passionate about the project as I am. The main reason I chose him as director for this movie. Strictly speaking, no shooting was scheduled for today. Most of the production crew was going to check out the lighting in several pre-chosen film locations in town. "Good morning, John," I greet as soon as I open the door. "Adrian," he greets, stretching his hand out for a shake. I gesture toward the coffee pot with my rolled-up script. "Help yourself," he urges. I take one of the mugs and pour, grimacing as the piping hot liquid hits my throat. "You need better coffee, John," I comment. "The moment the film starts making money, I'll use some of the budget to buy the good coffee grounds in my next movie," he retorts wryly. I laugh. "Touché. Did you get any sleep at all?" I ask, noting his dark under eyes and rumpled clothing. Barely," he admits. "I have all-day meetings with the production crew. You know how it goes." I make a murmur of agreement. "Besides, I was waiting for you to report on the girl." "Lacey," I correct. "Lacey." A beat passes as he waits for me to tell him more. When I don't, he says, "So? Did she agree to be our singer?" I shake my head. "What? The famous Bailey charm failed for once?" John's incredulous expression lingers in the air, his bloodshot eyes searching for answers. I take a deep breath, contemplating my next move. Manipulation has never been my style, and I hesitate to use my charm to sway someone against their own desires. I believe in authenticity, in letting people make their own choices. "John," I begin, meeting his gaze with sincerity. I understand how important Lacey's voice is to this film, but I don't want to push her into something she's not fully committed to. It wouldn't be fair to her or to the project. John's reaction is swift, a mixture of disbelief and determination. He isn't ready to accept defeat, especially not for a voice he considers vital to his film. With a fiery pep talk, he beseeches me to draw upon my famed charm, to wield it like the skillful actor I am, and sway Lacey to our cause. But my reluctance is apparent, and I propose an alternative plan. "John, let's explore other options. We're in the heart of the town. There have to be other talented musicians. We can find another singer who will be just as captivating, sparing Lacey any further discomfort." John's face contorts with frustration as he listens to my alternative plan. He shakes his head, his voice tinged with a touch of desperation. "We've scoured this place for the right singer, and now we finally have her in our sights. She's perfect. We don't have time to start the search all over again." I understand the urgency in John's words, the pressure of the tight schedule weighing heavily on his shoulders. But I hold firm in my belief that trying to force Lacey into a decision she's not fully committed to would be a disservice to both her and the film. "John, I hear you," I reply, my tone calm but resolute. "But if we want this movie to be the best it can be, we need a singer who is truly invested. Let's shoot the other scenes first, give ourselves a bit more time to think about how we can approach Lacey differently." Reluctantly, John nods, realizing the validity of my point. We both want the film to succeed, but we have different approaches. We agree to focus on the other scenes for now and revisit the issue of finding a singer later. As we delve into the details of the upcoming scenes, I can sense John's mind still grappling with the challenge before us. He's a man of determination, and I know he won't give up easily. Perhaps there is a way to persuade Lacey without resorting to manipulation. I put the problem in the back of my mind, focusing on other issues. In the meantime, I vow to keep an open mind, to explore other avenues that may lead us to the perfect singer. I know it won't be easy, but I'm willing to put in the effort for the sake of the film. The morning after, I find myself dressed in my running gear, maintaining a steady pace along the paths of Manchestertown. Each stride carries me further away from the chaos of producing a movie, allowing my mind to process and strategize. The rhythm of my feet hitting the pavement becomes a soothing soundtrack to my thoughts. As I run along the tree-lined streets, my mind churns through the impending production challenges that loom over me. What if the set design isn't up to par? Will the actors struggle with their lines? And what about the tricky lighting setups? Will we be able to finish within budget? As executive producer, the weight of responsibility sits heavy on my shoulders, and the pressure to deliver a flawless film gnaws at my thoughts. All the potential pitfalls dance in my mind, threatening to overshadow the success I'm determined to achieve. I push myself to run faster, hoping that the physical exertion will serve as a distraction from my worries. However, deep down I know that the challenges ahead will require more than just a quick sprint to overcome. My run is abruptly interrupted by the sight of Lacey struggling under the weight of heavy bags of flour. Her arms strain, the bags teetering dangerously in her grasp. My curiosity piqued. I can't help but be drawn to the woman occupying at least part of my thoughts. With a surge of adrenaline, I lengthen my strides, closing the distance between us just as the flower begins to slip from her grasp. Acting on pure instinct, I reach out, my hand steady and sure, preventing the cascade of flour from covering the ground. The bags find stability, their weight easily supported by my toned build. Our gazes meet, a fleeting moment of connection that sends my heart racing. I remember the shining singer on the stage, her voice echoing in my mind. "Hey, need a hand?" I ask, my voice carrying a hint of a smile. Lacey blinks in surprise, her eyes widening as she takes in my presence. "Oh, hi. Yes, please," she replies, relieving herself of some of her burden. We walk toward her car in silence, the air crackling with unspoken words, a connection forming between us. What could she possibly be making with all this flour? Should I ask? Or is that awkward? In that moment, I realize that Lacey has become an unexpected enigma, a puzzle that demands to be solved. It's not right to intrude on her life so blatantly, but I can't seem to help myself around her. I want to know more about her, all of her likes and dislikes, all of her dreams and desires. Why am I feeling this way? She opens the trunk of her car and puts down the bag she's carrying on the road in front of her. I do the same as she carefully places a sheet to cover the bottom of her trunk before she and I heave the bags of flour one by one, lining them up like little soldiers. I watch her as she counts the bags to make sure they're all there. Her forehead is glistening, beads of sweat forming at her hairline. I'm tempted to wipe them away. Lacey closes the trunk with a thud, interrupting my thoughts. She looks up at me as I continue to stare at her. "So, thank you for helping me," Lacey says gratefully, breaking the silence. "Oh, it was my pleasure," I tell her. I walk her to her door. The interest in her overcomes me, and I blurt out, "What's all the flour for, anyway?"
Chapter 7. Lacey. My heart almost jumps up into my throat when I see Adrian materialize before me. I don't know if it's the shock or his presence that makes my heart skip faster. I almost dropped the flour bags that were already teetering at the edge of my arms. I gratefully hand some over. The white bags look like babies in his muscular arms. The walk toward my car helps ease the surprise, giving me time to calm my rapidly beating heart. I'm quite conscious of the way his arms bump into mine as we walk. The heat emanating from his body is intense. I take my time to spread the protective cloth on the floor of my trunk, feeling his gaze as he watches my movements. I've never handled such close scrutiny from a man before. It's a little unnerving. At this moment, Adrian doesn't strike me as a big-time Hollywood staple. I mean, I've never met any celebrity before, but I've watched TMZ a few times. The major stars you see on television don't strike me as people who'd offer to help others carry anything, let alone messy sacks of flour. But Adrian doesn't seem to mind at all. After he helps me load my trunk with the bags of flour, I'm surprised to see him walk the few steps to the driver's side with me. "So, thank you for helping me," I blurt out. I look up at him. His choice of running attire surprises me. I figured he would be the type to wear a matching set, the kind of tracksuits they sell at Under Armour, for an arm and a leg. But to my surprise, he's wearing a black shirt cut off at the sleeves. I'm not sure of the brand. Nike, probably. Still branded, but obviously used a few times. It seems to be made of that thin material you see in all sports clothes nowadays. He's also wearing plain black athletic shorts with those leggings underneath. The only concession to a hint of color is a bright teal outline in the swoosh in his shoes. His face is flushed red from his run. The gray in his eyes turns a molten silver in his exertions. The tendrils of hair clinging to his forehead give him a boyishly endearing look. There are flower streaks that have clung to him. I'm so engrossed in examining how one streak perfectly contours his pecs that I almost don't hear what he says next. "What's all the flour for anyway?" I laugh. Something flutters in my chest. I knew he was curious, but I didn't really expect him to voice his question out loud. To be honest, he didn't have to help me at all, but he did it anyway. And now he's asking me questions as a way to get closer to me. There's a heat crawling its way up to my ears that I can't ignore anymore. His piercing eyes are looking straight at me with such genuine, intense interest that I can't help but feel a little flustered. I'm beginning to understand why millions of girls the world over flock to the theaters to watch his movies. It's flattering to have someone's focus so fully. At this moment, I can definitely understand his appeal. I clear my throat, my hand unconsciously going to my chest. His gaze is so intense, and my pulse can't help but quicken. "Oh, the flower," I stammer, trying to regain my composure. "I volunteer at the local community center, and we're organizing our annual fundraising event for the kids. We're going to make cookies and cupcakes together, too." Adrian's eyes light up, a genuine smile forming on his lips. "That sounds amazing," he says, his voice warm and melodic. "Why am I not surprised you're involved in something like this? I'd love to be a part of it. Is there anything I can do to help?" I'm taken aback by his willingness to be involved. "Well, we could always use some extra hands to assist with the kids and decorate the baked goods," I reply tentatively, feeling a mixture of excitement and nervousness at his offer. Adrian's smile widens, and he nods eagerly. "Consider it done," he says, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Just let me know when and where, and I'll be there to lend a hand." The flutter in my chest intensifies, and a slow smile spreads across my face. I take a deep breath, summoning the courage to share more about the upcoming local event. "You know, Adrian," I begin, my voice filled with a mix of pride and tenderness. "This event means so much to me. It's not just about baking cookies and cupcakes. It's about coming together as a community, providing a sense of joy and nourishment to these children who may not always have access to such treats. It's about creating memories and showing them that, just as they are loved and supported." Adrian's eyes brighten at my words. "That sounds amazing, Lacey," he says. "I'd definitely love to help if I can. I've been here for weeks, and I know we'll be here for who knows how long. I'd love to get to know the town a little more. Get a feel for the pulse of Manchester town, if you'll let me. How can a Hollywood actor who's enjoyed the finest things life has to offer want to get to know our little town? Is it impulse, a genuine desire to help, or a token offer? My attraction to him makes me want to believe what he says, and it's overruling my good sense. I've only just met him. Is he using our town to up his popularity? A hint of my doubt at his sincerity must show in my face. Adrian reads the skepticism in my expression and responds to it quickly. "Lacey, I've never experienced small town life. I grew up in the city. Everyone's anonymous and no one helps each other. Manchester town seems like a vibrant community, full of people like you who support one another. I know I'm only here a short time, but while I am, I'd love to get to know everyone better." His tone seems sincere. His eyes are beseeching in an effort to convince me of his intentions. I gesture at the bustling activity around us. He takes in the sights and sounds of the vibrant community going about their business in the town square. Sounds of noise and happy laughter permeate the air, the dappled light dancing across the parked cars. The way everyone seems to know each other. There are families walking around, parents frantically following children laughing in scooters, couples eating ice cream and holding hands. His eyes sparkle with curiosity, eager to learn more about the town and its people. Adrian turns to me, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Secretly, I've always admired the charm of small towns, but all I've known is what I've seen in movies. I'd love to experience it all firsthand. I smile, appreciating his genuine interest. Well, small-town life may not always be as glamorous as the movies portray, but there's a certain magic in the simplicity and the connections we build. Look around you, and you'll see how it is with your own eyes. I'm glad you're here to see it for yourself. The event I'm helping organize today started around 10 years ago. One of the town's main citizens sat on the board of a foster care agency. She was a staunch supporter, always running fundraisers to raise more money for clothing, food, education, anything the children may need. She would have adopted one of the children herself if she could have, but she thought she'd help more of them this way. When she died, the agency's main source of funds dried up. They were desperate. Luckily, her husband decided to take her activities one step further. Being a prominent figure in the community himself, he formalized the event, gathering local businesses, and encouraging the whole town to come together and support, I explain. The event became a yearly experience, something everyone in town looks forward to. Adrian seems touched by the story, looking intrigued by how the efforts of one man has evolved into the community event it has become. He and his wife sound like great people. Does he still run the whole operation? That businessman has since left the town, I tell him, feeling the sun warming me almost as much as Adrian's curious gaze. But the event has become his legacy, and the townspeople have continued his philanthropic efforts until it's become what it is today, I explain. All the local businesses and some private citizens contribute what they can. Tables, chairs, tents. They bring music, ice cream, and even some entertainment. All the children love it. I used to volunteer to help with the baking, but for the last couple of years, I've been leading the baking activity. The children have no issues with getting their hands dirty. They are always so excited to help with the measuring, mixing, and all that sort of stuff. They're always so proud of what they create. It's very heartwarming to see. Sounds like the perfect job for a teacher, teaching in school and teaching baking, he comments with a twinkle in his eye. Those kids are lucky to have you. I let out a laugh. Thank you, I say sheepishly. I can never stop myself from working with children. They're so honest and eager. I can't imagine working at anything or with anyone else. Adrian looks at me with a thoughtful expression. His face is open and unguarded. The silence stretches for a few seconds until I become a little self-conscious of the way he's staring at me. I can sense Adrian's growing enthusiasm for the community event I've been describing. His desire to contribute is evident, and he seems sincere in his desire to help and get to know our community more intimately. Whether his motives are genuine or not, I decide to trust my instincts. Before I can second-guess my decision and think more about it, I find myself instructing Adrian to meet me at the church after his run. Only time will tell if he'll show up and become a part of this heartfelt event.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 8. Adrian. Even from a few blocks away, I can hear the cacophony of laughter and music filling the air. I slow my jog to a leisurely walk, taking the time to enjoy the lively atmosphere, even as I draw closer to the hub of the community event I'm about to attend. When I reach the edges of the church grounds, I grind to a halt. The space has been transformed. A number of tents have been set up on the opposite side of the grounds, tables covered with white cloth all laid out with trays of food. A little stage has been built in the center with speakers, microphones, and instruments, all ready for the musicians who will play them. Everywhere I can see streamers, banners, and balloons. Some activity tables have been set up, and busy children sit happily on the chairs. There seems to be a face painter, a balloon artist twisting what looks to be a sword for one eager little boy, and a caricaturist. All of them have long lines of eager people waiting their turn. There are a lot of people bustling about talking to each other, gathering groups of kids. Everyone seems to be busy with something. It all looks like a well-orchestrated event. I can smell the smoke coming from the barbecue grills. The delicious aroma is making my mouth water in anticipation. As I step out of the way of a family rushing over with tote bags full of ingredients, I get handed a tray of napkin-covered sandwiches. I accept it almost automatically. The older woman who gave them to me just gestures wordlessly toward one of the food tents. I give her a nod in agreement. Guess I'm being ushered into the middle of small-town life sooner than I thought. I busy myself carrying heavy trays of food into the food tent. The older women give me orders, which I'm happy to follow. After I'm done, I hesitate, unsure what to do next. After a few minutes, I spy the figure I've been looking for. Lacey comes out of the side church doors, a group of eager children surrounding her and clamoring for her attention. In her hands is a tray filled with what looks like apple pies. A couple of the older children are holding trays of cupcakes aloft and walking alongside her. She's laughing and listening intently to what the children are saying. They head toward one of the tents. Designated for the desserts, it looks like. I follow slowly behind them. Lacey is in her element, and a sudden thought strikes me. This fundraising event isn't just a way for me to get into character and enjoy the benefits of small-town life. It's also a way for me to catch a glimpse of the real Lacey. It's the beloved school teacher who's dedicated to the community, who loves her students and would do anything for children. I'm intrigued by this Lacey in front of me. It's a contrast to the siren who serenades her audience with her songs of love and despair at night. It doesn't seem possible that it's the same woman. Yet I know it is. Some adults walk over to her, drawn to the energy and excitement that seem to surround her like bees to honey. Lacey isn't just some bar singer who draws people's admiration because of her sultry voice. She's so much more than that. She's a pillar of care, someone loved and appreciated in the community. She's magnetic. She draws people to her like it's easy. She smiles wide at them and makes them feel like they're the only ones in the room. Lacey made me feel that way the last time I spoke to her, and I haven't been able to shake off that feeling ever since. As I navigate through the sea of new faces and bustling activity, I feel momentarily adrift. The familiar veneer of Hollywood is stripped away, and I'm left exposed as the man beneath the actor's mask. I'm uncertain of my role without a script to guide me. Lost in this unfamiliar world, I find myself standing at the fringes of the dessert tent Lacey is managing. Suddenly, her eyes meet mine, and her expression lights up with delight and welcome. It's an unspoken invitation that propels me forward, drawing me closer to her. In the midst of serving the children together, their eyes sparkle with admiration as they recognize me. One of the kids, a young boy named Timmy, tugs at my sleeve. "Are you a real movie star?" he asks, his voice filled with excitement. I chuckle and crouch down to his level. "Well, Timmy, I'm an actor. I've been in a few movies," I reply, trying to downplay my celebrity status. Timmy's eyes widen, and he whispers, "Wow, can you teach me how to act? I want to be a movie star, too." His enthusiasm touches my heart. I place a hand on his shoulder and smile. "Of course, Timmy. Acting is all about telling stories and expressing yourself. We can start with some fun acting games if you like." The other children gather around, eager to join in. We spend the next hour playing improv games and acting out silly scenes. Laughter fills the air as we let our imaginations run wild. As the event draws to a close, the children scatter off to pursue other activities. Some start playing a game of tag, while others gather around the face painter. Lacey and I find a moment of tranquility amidst the fading festivities. The sun sets, casting a warm glow over the church grounds. The musicians have started playing slower songs, and a few couples are dancing in front of the stage. Lacey turns to me, her eyes reflecting the beauty of this simple yet profound experience. "Adrian," she says softly, "there's something extraordinary about this place. It's in the way we come together, support one another, and find joy in the simplest of moments. I hope you've discovered a glimpse of that magic here today." I smile, grateful for the connection I've made with these children. It's been incredible. They see me not just as a celebrity, but as a role model. It's a little unnerving to discover another part of me I didn't know. I've never had much exposure to children until today. The realness in the kids is something I always strive for when I act. I never thought I'd be able to tap into such genuineness today. Lacey nods, her voice filled with sincerity. "They admire you for who you are. The impact you have on them goes beyond the roles you play. It's a beautiful thing." In this untouched corner of the world, I found a genuine connection that surpasses the glamour of the silver screen. It's a piece of authenticity that will forever shape the actor I am and the man I aspire to be. As I look over at the children, their smiling faces etched in my memory, I know that this experience has touched my heart in ways I never expected. As I continue handing out the remaining pieces of pie to the enthusiastic crowd, Lacey suddenly gets called away by a group of people. They wave her over excitedly, and she rushes forward to talk to them. I watch as they surround her, their faces filled with admiration and gratitude. It's clear that Lacey holds a special place in their hearts. Amidst the buzz of conversation, I approach an older lady who's patiently waiting for her slice of pie. As I hand it to her, she leans in, her voice steeped in respect and admiration. "This is all Lacey's doing, you know," she says, her eyes twinkling with pride. "I can tell," I reply easily. "She's a wonderful woman, isn't she?" "Absolutely, we're lucky to have her here!" And I'd be lucky to get closer to her. I glance over at Lacey, her devotion on full display. At this moment, I find myself captivated not only by her talent as a singer, but by the richness of her heart, which has a melody of its own, played out in the key of selfless love. The event continues, and as the night unfolds, I observe Lacey's interactions with the community. She moves effortlessly, her voice resonating with warmth and sincerity as she engages with everyone around her. Whether it's sharing a laugh with an elderly couple or comforting a child who scraped their knee, Lacey's genuine care for others shines through. With each passing moment, my admiration for her deepens. It's not just her voice that seduces people, but the way she embodies the spirit of this community event. She is not just a performer. She is an important figure in this town, nestled within the bosom of her community. As the fundraiser draws to a close, Lacey returns to my side, her smile still radiant. "Adrian, thank you for being here. I couldn't have done this without you," she says, her voice filled with warmth. I smile back at her, my heart feeling a newfound connection. It's been an honor to be a part of this. You've created something truly special here. She nods, her eyes reflecting a sense of fulfillment. It means the world to me. This event is all about bringing people together and seeing the smiles on their faces, knowing that we made a difference. It's priceless. As we start taking down tents and packing up for the night, a sense of longing washes over me. I find myself yearning for more moments with Lacey, to learn from her how to be a part of something greater than the individual fame I've become accustomed to. As I continue to help dismantle what's needed, I'm struck with the realization that this small-town event has changed something within me. Lacey has awakened a desire for authenticity and community, and I'm left wondering if our paths will continue to intertwine and bring with it the possibility of a deeper connection.
Chapter 9. Lacey. I take charge of the cleanup process, making sure all the leftovers are packed and given away, all the tables and chairs cleared, and the stage dismantled. I direct the cleaning crew to all the bins. I want to make sure we leave the church grounds as spotless as we found it. I'm tired, but my heart is full from another successful event. The children's energy has been spent, but the air still seems to echo with the sounds of their laughter. Someone has plugged in their phone, and the sounds of music softly fill the air. The muted light from the setting sun casts an afterglow over the whole place, bathing us in its warmth. I look over at Adrian, who's busy helping the maintenance crew disassemble the tables. He seemed to be giving the task his full concentration. He surprised me today. There was no evidence of the Hollywood celebrity, the veneer of fame stripped away. There was no hint of pretense in the way he connected with the children and the community. He was genuine and sincere, and they all gravitated toward his innate charm. I'm guessing he gained quite a few fans today. I know there must be more to him than the Hollywood celebrity everyone knows him as, but the ease with which he slipped into the fabric of our community still gave me a pleasant surprise. As the rest of the crew finish loading and the last of the trucks drive away, I find myself standing beside Adrian. I turn to find him looking at me with a slight smile on his face. There's a sense of ease and comfort between us, as if we've known each other for years, rather than just a day or two. I can't help but wonder why that is. Why is it so easy to speak with this man? He's a Hollywood actor. He doesn't have to spend so much time in this small town, getting to know everyone, and yet, here he is, standing beside me. Am I wrong for feeling a bit special? My breath hitches in my throat a bit before speaking. Hey, thank you for your help today, I tell him, a matching smile on my face. I hope you enjoyed it. Are you kidding? I loved it. His enthusiasm is genuine, and it makes me smile even wider. Say, are you hungry? The words come out of my mouth without thinking, and I'm pleasantly surprised by them. Adrian seems pleasantly surprised too. I wouldn't say no to a meal. Well then, why don't you come over for dinner tonight? As thanks for your help. Adrian grins at this, and a few minutes later, I'm driving down the familiar streets of McChester Town with Adrian tailing me in his car. I'm wondering what possessed me to invite a stranger into my home, but the niggling doubt is moved to the back of my mind as I lead him into my kitchen, a space that holds both warmth and memories. I navigate the area with the grace of someone in their element, pots and pans singing the prelude to a meal. Adrian watches, his eyes filled with curiosity and eagerness, as I assure him that it won't be long before we indulge in a delicious home-cooked meal. There is no air of celebrity between us as we make ourselves comfortable in my small but cozy kitchen. My demeanor is void of awe for his movie star status, treating him instead with an unaffected camaraderie. I see him in a new light, and my admiration for him grows in my heart. I tell myself to keep it casual. It's just normal for people like me to admire someone like him. Over pots cooking on the stove and a fragrant aroma filling the kitchen, we peel back layers of our lives. The easy conversation meanders through the paths of our pasts, hopes, and the present moment as we share pieces of ourselves. As we talk, Adrian surprises me with his skillful chopping. He handles the knife with the precision of a professional, and when I express my surprise, he reveals that he spent months in the kitchen with a professional chef when he was preparing for one of his movie roles. You should have said something, I tease. If I'd have known, I'd never have invited you. You must have learned skills that will put my cooking to shame. Adrian laughs. No way. I'm enjoying myself. Your cooking has heart, just like you. I feel embarrassment make my cheeks heat. To cover my feelings, I clear my throat. So, where do you want to eat? The dinner table or the kitchen counter? I gesture at the options before us. A playful smile dances on his lips as he looks at me. Let's keep it casual and cozy. The counter sounds perfect. I take out the placemats, while Adrian rushes over to help set the plates and utensils. We both seem to move seamlessly around each other, like participants in a dance. I forgot the salad, I declare. Let me do it, Adrian offers. Before that movie, making salads was about all I could do. I laugh at that and hand him the salad spinner. Here you go, maestro. Let's have a taste of your opus. He gives me a mock scowl as he rips the salad bag and starts prepping. I walk over to the stove to taste one of the dishes in the pot. "Dinner's ready?" "Perfect timing," Adrian says with a smile. I bring the casserole over to the counter, walking quickly. Even through the mittens, the handles are hot, and I don't want to spill our dinner. We settle in, filling our plates with the fruits of our labor. The dishes are simple yet comforting, reflecting the essence of our shared experience. As we savor each bite, our conversation flows effortlessly, like the melody of a song that resonates deep within us. Adrian shares stories of his humble beginnings, the challenges he faced, and the dreams that propelled him forward. He shares how he used to couch surf, staying over at different friends' places while he waited tables and attended auditions. I listen intently, feeling a kinship with his journey, as I share tales of my own struggles and triumphs, the moments that shaped me into the person I am today. The evening progresses, and the kitchen becomes a sanctuary where time seems to stand still. We laugh, we share stories of our foibles, and we discover common ground that surprises us both. Our conversations delve into our passions, our love for the arts, and our desire to make a difference in the world. I'm pleasantly surprised to realize that behind the Hollywood glitz, he's a normal person with thoughts and feelings like everyone else. "You know, Lacey," he starts, a glass of wine in his hand. "I admire you so much. Those children are so lucky to have you to champion them." I feel heat gathering in my cheeks. I hesitate but decide to share a fact only a few know. To tell you the truth, I feel personally invested in them and their futures because I was an orphan too. Adrian looks at me with understanding, and I'm encouraged to continue. I was one of the orphans who was lucky enough to benefit from the original organizer of this event. Before she came, we didn't have much to look forward to. Don't get me wrong. We weren't treated badly, by any means. But there weren't many opportunities in the foster care system. Adrian reaches over and gives my hand a comforting squeeze before withdrawing it. He seemed to want to give assurance, but is unsure of crossing this boundary between us. But I want him to touch me more. Maybe it's the wine that's making me act this way, or maybe this is a feeling I've been harboring since I've met him. I don't know, but I like his closeness and I'm starting to want more. I was 16 then, and reaching the age when I was too old for the system. When our benefactor came, I realized it wasn't hopeless. That far from being anonymous, people in the community cared about us. They just didn't know how to help or where to begin. Once I came of age and finished college, I took over the event, doing all I could to rally the community and support the foster agency's group homes. "Thank you for sharing that with me," Adrian murmurs. "I admire you even more now that you told me about your past. You have such a loving heart. This community is incredibly fortunate to have you, and those children are too." As the night deepens and the remnants of the meal we prepared fill our bellies, Adrian gazes at me with a genuine interest in his eyes. I feel like we've known each other for much longer than just a few days. There's a connection here, something special. A warmth spreads through my chest, and I find myself nodding in agreement. I feel it too. It's as if the universe brought us together for a reason. We sit in comfortable silence, the air charged with possibility. It's a moment where time seems to pause, allowing us to bask in the beauty of human connection. The attraction between us lingers, but for now, we're content in getting to know each other, in sharing our dreams and aspirations, and in finding solace in the presence of a kindred spirit. The meal is drawing to a close. Adrian offers to help with the dishes, a gesture that further deepens our bond. We clear the table together, our movements synchronized, our laughter filling the kitchen. In this simple act of shared responsibility, I realize that sometimes it's the small moments that hold the most significance. As we decide to keep hanging out in the living room, a sense of anticipation fills the air. I know that this is just the beginning. and that our paths have intertwined for a reason. And as I follow Adrian, I can't help but feel a sense of hope. Hope for a future where two souls, brought together by chance and a shared purpose, can create something beautiful, something that transcends the boundaries of fame and brings true fulfillment.
Chapter 10. Adrian, I know I should have left as soon as dinner ended. I'm tempting fate too much by staying too long in Lacey's presence. Feeling inexplicably drawn to her. The attraction I've been experiencing is only becoming more heightened the more I get to know her. We're both stuffed from the delicious dinner we made together. And because we both acknowledge the tentative burgeoning of a friendship between us, we decide some tea will do us good. I stay companionably with her in the kitchen, helping her load the dishwasher as she heats up some water in a stovetop kettle. Lacey takes out a tray and starts loading it up with supplies as we wait. She takes out 2 cups and a wooden container filled with different flavored tea bags. Dinner was great, Lacey, I compliment her. I've missed having a home-cooked meal since we got here. You're welcome, she says with a smile. It was my pleasure. We break our stares when we hear the kettle whistle. Make yourself at home, Lacey encourages as she gets the kettle. The living room is right through those doors. I'll follow shortly. Do you need any help? I can carry the tray for you, I offer. Thanks, but I got it, she assures, lifting the tray effortlessly. You can take the mugs if you like, though. I take both and lead the way. Her living room is small and cozy, like the kitchen. An upright piano rests along the wall on the left, right by the window, its cover open. The black and white keys gleam under the orange light. A bookcase rests against the corner on the right, its shelves stuffed with books. A fireplace is right across the door, the mantel littered with photographs. Lacey with her students, and with people in the community. A couch and 2 chairs are placed right in front, a black and white throw and graphic patterns draped across the back. She's chosen a neutral gray for her upholstery, making the jewel colors of the pillows pop against them. The room seems to beckon people. It's full but not overwhelming. I immediately feel at home. I place the 2 mugs carefully on top of the mahogany coffee table, making sure I line the potted plant along the corner of it. You know, Adrian, there's something truly magical about working with these children, Lacey remarks, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. They're like little rays of sunshine, bringing joy to even the darkest corners of our hearts. I nod, my eyes filled with genuine interest. I can see it. Your dedication and love for them shine through in everything you do. It's truly inspiring. Our dialogue dances from the weighty to the whimsical, the connection between us growing with each shared laugh and reflective pause. We talk about our favorite books, movies, and music, discovering surprising overlaps in our tastes. You're a fan of jazz, too? Lacey asks, a smile playing on her lips. I chuckle. Absolutely. There's something about the smooth melodies and improvisation that speaks to my soul. Do you have a favorite jazz artist? She nods, excitement bubbling into her voice. Ella Fitzgerald. Her voice is like velvet, weaving stories with every note she sings. I used to listen to her records for hours when I was growing up. My eyes light up. No way! Ella Fitzgerald is my favorite too! We have more in common than I thought. As we continue to share anecdotes and delve into our passions, I can't help but listen intently. I genuinely want to know every detail about her. You know, Lacey, I start, my voice soft and earnest. I'm grateful for this unexpected, dare I say, friendship that we've found. It's rare to meet someone who understands the importance of compassion and the power of connection. A warmth spreads through my chest, and she smiles at me. I feel the same way. It's like the universe conspired to bring us together. I'm pleasantly surprised to realize you don't turn up your nose at small-town hospitality despite everything you probably have in your real life. We share a moment of silence, the air tinged with a sense of possibility. It's as if the room is holding its breath, waiting for us to take the next step. I break the silence with a playful glint in my eyes. I think we should have a friendly competition someday. See who can bake the best chocolate chip cookies." She laughs, the sound filling the room. "Challenge accepted, but be warned, I have a secret family recipe that's guaranteed to knock your socks off." Our conversation continues to flow effortlessly, the laughter and understanding weaving an unbreakable bond between us. We've discovered our shared interests and a mutual appreciation for each other's values and opinions. The atmosphere brims with possibility as we contemplate the effects of our budding friendship. Friendship. Something about that word seems inadequate. I want to reach out and wrap my arm around her shoulders, bringing her close to my body. Do friends usually think this way? Or is there something more forming between us? Lacey and I sit in the comfort of her living room, sipping our tea, our conversation flowing effortlessly when an urgent knocking disrupts the cozy atmosphere, obtrusive and insistent. Her expression shifts from relaxed to alarmed in an instant as she moves towards the door, her movements frantic with concern. My gaze follows her, concern etched in my eyes. She swings the door open, revealing a neighbor, breathless and anxious. "Lacey," she gasps. "It's the pastor. He's had a heart attack." Her look of shock reflects the weight of the news. The pastor, the bedrock of her upbringing and the guiding light of the local church, is in critical condition. Without a moment's hesitation, I step in. "I'll drive you." I guide her to my car as the urgency of the situation mounts. The drive to the hospital is tense and silent, the flashing street lamps casting intermittent shadows over her worried face while I focus on the road. Lacey rushes to the reception area. "Eddie Parkinson, please. They just brought him in." Lacey barely lets the receptionist finish before she dashes for the elevators. 4th FL. It takes some time before we're led to a room by a solemn-faced nurse. The figure lying so still on the hospital bed draped with a sheet is barely recognizable. His face looks pallid and gray, his breathing shallow. Lacey rushes over to hold his hand. I follow a couple of steps slowly behind. Lacey engulfs the pastor's hands within hers, trying to rub some warmth into them. As we wait for news in the hospital room, the sound of the beeping machines the only noise, a doctor enters slowly, his face etched with concern. He's the cardiologist who was called to take care of the pastor. Seriously, he updates us on his condition, explaining the severity of the heart attack. "Miss Varon, the blood test and the ECG monitors confirm that Mr. Parkinson has suffered a heart attack. It is very serious. His angiogram has shown that at least 2 stents are necessary to fix the blockages in his arteries. He is in urgent need of bypass surgery. Otherwise, if he suffers another heart attack, he won't be as lucky." Her face looks crestfallen as she contemplates the procedure, and she seems to be gathering the courage to ask the doctor a question. "How much will the operation cost?" she inquires, her voice barely above a whisper. The doctor's brow furrows, and he hesitates before responding. "It's difficult to say exactly at this stage, but it could range anywhere from $50,000 to $200,000, he reveals, his words landing like a heavy blow. Inwardly shocked, I realize the daunting challenge that lies ahead. How will Lacey ever raise such a significant sum? With a determined gaze, Lacey turns to the doctor again. "Do we have enough time to raise the money?" she asks, her voice tinged with worry. The doctor sighs, his gaze shifting to the pastor lying in the hospital bed. "The sooner he gets the operation, the better, but he's stable for now. It all depends on how he'll fare through the night," he replies, his words heavy with uncertainty. Lacey thanks him and he leaves, promising to check in again later. As the hospital room becomes a sanctuary of worry and determination, I'm trying to fathom the weight of responsibility that now rests on Lacey. She's sitting by the pastor's side, her thoughts consumed with plans and strategies to raise the necessary funds. The starkness of the situation and the harsh brightness of the lights act as a background as she grapples with the reality of the situation. It's a race against time, a race to secure the funds that could mean the difference between life and death. In the midst of the chaos, she barely seems to register my presence, and I'm not sure if I should leave or stay. I realized that if I were in her position, I wouldn't want to be left alone. I decide to leave her with her thoughts and just be there for her. I place a steady hand on her shoulder, hoping my unwavering support will be channeled to her through this overwhelming ordeal and offer a glimmer of solace. I can't bear the thought of losing the man who has been a father figure in my life. The church's collections for the year barely reached the amount the doctor mentioned. "I need to sell the pastor's land," she murmurs quietly. "But I'm afraid I can't sell it. Eddie has been trying for months. How can I sell it in a matter of days?" My heart sinks for her. The combination of urgency and desperation is obvious in her voice. As the minutes pass, she falls quiet again. Worry for her clings to my every thought, and uncertainty lingers in the air. I find myself wanting to help, the weight of my role in this newfound community bearing down on me. The future remains uncertain, and I'm left grappling with the enormity of the task ahead. As Lacey's friend, I can't allow her to carry the weight of the pastor's fate in her hands alone.
Chapter 11. Lacey, I know I shouldn't depend on Adrian too much so early in our friendship. We're only just getting to know each other. It may not be under the best of circumstances, but his presence steadies me, like an anchor amidst the shifting waves of turmoil and despair. In all honesty, Adrian has to be one of the most wonderful people I've ever known. He's so charismatic, kind, and incredibly handsome. I'd be a fool to deny that. "Lacey," he starts, "I know you likely won't accept it, but I can give you the money. My mind has been churning since I heard the sum Eddie needs for his operation. I can barely fathom where I can collect such a large amount. Adrian's offer is tempting, but this is something I have to do on my own." I turn him down gently. It's now become urgent that I sell the pastor's land for him. The need for immediacy might mean not being able to get the right sum for it, but anything should help, right? Adrian has left the room. I barely hear what he said as I study the pastor's face in its stillness. Pastor Eddie has been like a father to me. He's given me guidance, put me on the straight and narrow when I needed it, and has shown that he's always there for me. I can't let anything happen to him. I see a steaming cup of coffee within my range of vision. Adrian's returned. Taking the outstretched cup, the heat radiating through the sides, I remember the reason I met Adrian in the first place. "Adrian," I say, looking up at him as he takes his place beside me, "does your offer to sing still stand?" He looks slightly taken aback. "Of course, we still want you to sing for us." His ready answer brings me a glimmer of hope. "We'll also pay you for any personal appearances you may need to make. If you sign in person, we'll pay $2,500 during promotions," he replies. I immediately start calculating in my head. It's not much, but it's a start. At least I'll have enough for a down payment, probably. I'll need to talk to the hospital about a payment plan. I offer my hand out to him. "You've got yourself a singer." As the next morning breaks over Manchester town, a mix of nerves and determination fills the air. I wake up with a renewed sense of purpose. Last night, I finally went home after being reassured by the nurses that they'd call me if anything changed. Today is my first day on set, and I'm excited yet apprehensive about it all. We arrive just as the first rays of morning light spill into the studio. Adrian stands by my side, a silent pillar of support amidst the swirling sea of anxiety. His presence brings a sense of calm amidst the storm that rages within me. Wires snake across the floor. Lights illuminate the set, and the air hums with anticipation. Every corner is abuzz with people. Crew members scurry about, adjust cameras, and fine-tune sound equipment. The director, John Daniels, stands at the center of the studio, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He approaches us with a warm smile, extending his hand towards me. "Lacey, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Adrian has spoken so highly of your talent," he says, his voice filled with genuine enthusiasm. "I've been following your journey closely, and I truly believe you're the missing piece to make this film truly extraordinary. My cheeks heat up with a mix of excitement and nervousness as I shake hands with John. Thank you, Mr. Daniels. I'm honored to be a part of this project, I reply, my voice tinged with gratitude. John motions towards the bustling crew members, introducing me to each of them by name. Lacey, this is Sarah, our brilliant cinematographer, and James, our talented sound engineer. He points to each crew member in turn. They'll be instrumental in bringing your performance to life on screen. I exchange warm greetings with Sarah and James, feeling a sense of camaraderie blooming amidst the creative energy of the studio. As they speak, I catch glimpses of the crew members diligently setting up the intricate camera equipment, ensuring every detail is in place for the upcoming scenes. John leads me on a tour of the set, showcasing each carefully designed set piece and explaining its significance to the story. We walk through the meticulously crafted town square, adorned with vibrant storefronts that hint at the rich tapestry of the film's narrative. This is where your character, Emily, will have her pivotal solo performance, John explains, gesturing towards a grand stage adorned with a vintage microphone. We wanted to create a space that captures the essence of small-town charm while highlighting your immense talent. My eyes sparkle with wonder as I look around me. The set feels like a world of its own, a canvas where dreams and emotions could intertwine. During the tour, I'm introduced to more members of the crew, each playing a vital role in bringing the film to life. There's Marlena, the dedicated costume designer, who meticulously selects each outfit to reflect the essence of my character. And then there's Mark, the production manager, who ensures that everything runs smoothly behind the scenes. As I continue to meet the passionate individuals who pour their hearts into the film, I can sense their belief in my talent and the story they're collectively creating. It's a humbling experience, knowing that they chose me. They're entrusting me with the weight of their vision. John's faith in my abilities is evident with every introduction, his eyes shining with admiration. Lacey, this team is here to support and uplift you. Together, we'll create something truly remarkable, he says, his voice filled with conviction. I nod, a mix of gratitude and determination fueling my spirit. I'm determined to do justice to their hard work, to allow my voice to soar and my dreams to take flight. Suddenly, the director's voice echoes through the studio, breaking the silence. Lacey, I'd like to test your voice now. Would you be willing to give us an impromptu performance? He asks, his tone carrying a mix of challenge and genuine interest. The room falls quiet with hushed anticipation, and my nerves intertwine with a surge of determination. Amidst the nerves, Adrian's voice rises above the clamor, cutting through the haze of anxiety. You've got this, Lacey, he says, his words a tangible encouragement that I cling to as I step onto the makeshift stage. I gaze at him, smiling wide at his comment. He believes in me, and that gives me enough confidence to make me feel like I'm soaring. The spotlight finds me, casting its unwavering gaze upon my trembling form. As I begin to sing, my voice quivers with the weight of the moment. The studio becomes a blur, the faces in the crowd melding into a mosaic of anticipation. But then my eyes find Adrian's steadfast gaze, his presence anchoring me. In that fleeting connection, the world narrows down to the space between us. In the silence of the night, I'm lost in my fears. Whispered doubts and worries, they echo in my ears. But I won't let them define me. I'll find my own way. Through the darkness, I'll rise and let my voice convey. With each note, my voice strengthens, fueled by the shared energy in the room. The studio transforms into a sanctuary of music and emotion. The lyrics flow from deep within me, carrying the weight of my hopes, dreams, and determination. The microphone becomes an extension of my soul, amplifying my voice and projecting it into the eager ears of the audience. Oh, these troubles weigh heavy on my soul. But I'll sing through the pain and let my heart unfold. With every note, I'll find my strength anew. For the love that guides me and the dreams I pursue. In the depths of despair, I'll find my light. Through the storms that rage, I'll hold on tight. With each melody, I'll break free from the chains and let my voice soar, carrying all my pains. So I'll sing my story and let it be heard. Through the valleys and peaks, with every heartfelt word, in this song of despair, I'll find my way and turn my troubles into strength day by day. As my voice fades, the room is filled with a tangible energy, a harmonious dance between sound, light, and the beating hearts of those who bear witness. John's stern expression softens, replaced by a look of admiration. "Well done, Lacey," he says, his voice laced with genuine appreciation. "Your talent is truly remarkable, and we're lucky to have you on this project." A wave of relief washes over me, mingled with a newfound confidence. Adrian's unwavering belief in me has been my guiding light, and it shines even brighter in this moment. As I step off the stage, the crew members offer warm smiles and words of congratulations, their bustling energy a testament to the magic we'll be creating together. Amidst the commotion, Adrian approaches, a proud smile on his face. "That was incredible, Lacey," he says, his voice brimming with genuine pride. "You were born to do this." My face heats up, and I feel a surge of gratitude for his unwavering support. "Thank you, Adrian," I reply, my voice filled with genuine appreciation. "I couldn't have done it without you." The journey, though far from over, takes on a renewed sense of purpose. The studio becomes a haven where music and determination intertwine. In the studio's embrace, the wires, lights, and bustling crew become the backdrop to our shared mission. With each hour, my confidence grows, and the support from the crew increases. I don't have any lines to learn, but the pressure to rehearse all 10 songs will be immense. Through it all, Adrian remains my steadfast companion, offering guidance, encouragement, and a shoulder to lean on. Our bond strengthens amidst the studio's whirlwind as we work tirelessly to fulfill our shared purpose. The pastor's health hangs in the balance, but amidst the uncertainty, hope prevails.
Chapter 12. Adrian. I watch the way Lacey interacts with the production team. Many established celebrities act differently around the crew. Some treat them shabbily, like hired help that's beneath their notice, while some are genuinely warm and friendly. Lacey, with her honesty and realness shining through, establishes a rapport with each crew member right away. Despite the chaos and the jumble of unfamiliar lingo, Lacey takes it all in stride. It only takes her a few hours to get to know them on a more personal level. She asks about their families and their likes and dislikes. She talks to them like they're old friends, teasing and joking with them during breaks in filming. I've had a few powwows with John. His unabashed admiration for Lacey's talent is obvious for all to see. He's ecstatic that I managed to hire her for the film. He's patient in giving her direction, but also meticulous in drawing forth the performance he needs from her. Lacey has gained my admiration. She may be tired from the endless repetition, but she never lets it show. She makes it all look effortless, using the full power of her voice despite take after take. She's also had to endure numerous dress fittings. We've had many famous designers offer some of their creations for billing in the film. Our costume designer, Marlena, is a genius when it comes to ensuring that the gowns look as seamless as when we first got them. Today, Lacey's svelte figure is swathed in a dazzling red gown. The plunging V-neck draws attention to her cleavage, and she's displaying more skin than I'm comfortable with. I make an almost tangible effort to keep my eyes upward. But sometimes when she's not looking, I can't help but glance at her full form. And she's beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. My mind starts contemplating things about Lacey that, out of respect for her, I've refrained from focusing on. I can't seem to help it, though. I can't believe how patient you're being with all this. Aren't you hungry? I ask curiously one day. We're chatting on the sidelines, waiting for our cue. I'll tell you a little secret, Lacey admits. She reaches her hand deep inside the pocket of her gown. I asked Marlena to add pockets to some of the gowns since she's taking some of them out anyway. She withdraws a small packet full of nuts. I just snack in between takes. My startled laughter draws the attention of some of the crew. Quiet on set, John admonishes from his chair. I stifle the rest of my laughter. I won't tell if you give me some, I say. She feigns reluctance as she hands them over, and we share a smile as I serve myself a handful of nuts. The repetition and routine of the shooting schedule create a comfortable orbit for Lacey and me, where our interactions are filled with friendly familiarity and mutual respect. Amidst the demanding tide of production, I assume a subtle guardianship, ensuring that Lacey's well-being doesn't get lost in the chaotic set. I bring her snacks and check in, making sure she's taken care of amidst the bustling activity. Each day begins with the same routine. Lacey arrives on set, her eyes tired but determined, and I greet her with a warm smile and a cup of coffee. She appreciates the gesture, a small moment of comfort before the whirlwind of filming begins. Throughout the day, I keep an eye on her, making sure she stays hydrated and nourished. During a rare moment of respite between takes, Lacey and I find ourselves sitting side by side, our shoulders touching. She looks at me, her eyes filled with genuine curiosity. Adrian, can I ask you something? I nod, a small smile playing at the corners of my lips. Of course, Lacey. What's on your mind? She fidgets with her script in her lap, gathering her thoughts. You know, you've been so caring and sweet to me throughout this whole filming process. I can't help but wonder if you're like this with everyone. A warm sensation spreads through my chest and I meet her gaze. No, you're special. You bring out this side of me, the side that wants to make sure you're taken care of. Her eyes soften, and she reaches out to gently touch my hand. Well, I'm grateful for it. You've made this whole experience so much more enjoyable for me. I can't help but smile back, my heart swelling with affection. The feeling is mutual. If only she knew how enjoyable she's made this whole project for me. Every day, I wake up with the giddy anticipation of seeing her on set. Our easy banter and shared laughter become a regular occurrence, a bright spot amidst the chaos of the set. The crew notices the shift in my demeanor, the way I prioritize Lacey's well-being with unwavering dedication. They exchange knowing glances, but I try not to let it bother me. One day, as we take a break from filming a particularly intense scene, John pulls me aside. His voice is low, his words meant for my ears only. I've noticed how you've been looking out for Lacey. It's a beautiful thing, my friend. Just make sure it doesn't distract you too much from your job. I feel a mix of gratitude and self-consciousness. Thanks, John. I appreciate your concern. I won't let it affect my work. He claps me on the shoulder. I know you won't. Just remember to find that balance. You're doing great. As the weeks pass, Lacey and I continue to share moments of familiarity and friendship. We develop a shorthand, effortless understanding of each other's needs and quirks. I always have a snack or a bottle of water ready for her, anticipating her unspoken requests. It becomes a routine, a dance we unknowingly choreograph on set. The day arrives, the moment we've all been waiting for. The filming of the pivotal song that Lacey will sing in the movie. The air buzzes with anticipation as the crew sets up cameras and adjusts lighting. Lacey stands center stage, ready to pour her heart into the lyrics. As the music starts, I watch from the sidelines, shivers going up my spine. At that moment, I realize I'm witnessing the birth of a star. Lacey's voice resonates through the set, carrying the weight of love, heartbreak, and moving on. Her words weave a tapestry of emotions, captivating everyone in its wake. Lacey takes a deep breath, her voice trembling with emotion as she begins to sing. The words flow from her with a haunting beauty, carrying the weight of love's joy and sorrow. In the depths of love I found my solace, a flame that burned bright but couldn't stay. Now I'm left with memories and traces of a love that slipped away. In the chorus, her voice soars, capturing the anguish of heartbreak yet holding onto the hope of healing and moving forward. But I'll rise from the ashes like a phoenix in flight. I'll find the strength to carry on through the darkest night. For love may bruise and break, but it won't define me. I'll heal these wounds and spread my wings and set my spirit free. As she reaches the bridge, her voice quivers with vulnerability, painting a picture of a love lost but not forgotten. With each verse, Lacey's voice grows stronger, her determination to rise above the pain evident in every note. As the song comes to a close, Lacey's voice lingers in the air, a bittersweet melody that resonates deep within the hearts of all who listen. I'll shed these tears, let go of the pain, embrace the lessons, and break these chains. With every step forward, I'll find my way to a brighter dawn, a brand new day. The song echoes in my mind, the lyrics etching themselves into my soul. It's a testament to Lacey's talent and the depth of her emotions. In those few minutes, she manages to capture the essence of love, heartbreak, and the resilience to move on. It's a song that speaks to the universal human experience, reminding us all that even in our darkest moments, there is always hope for a new beginning. The cameras dance around her, capturing her every movement while close-ups highlight the raw emotion etched across her face. It's a technical masterpiece, but what truly shines is Lacey herself, her talent and passion radiating with each note. The crew watches in awe, and I can't help but feel a surge of pride for being a part of this moment. She's the best, and everyone is finally realizing it. Amidst the pride I feel, there's also a twinge of jealousy. She's beautiful, we all know that. But what if someone else decides to overstep their boundaries with her? I can't let that happen. As the song ends, the set erupts in applause. Many people rush to Lacey, congratulating her on her breathtaking performance. John approaches her himself, a twinkle of excitement in his eyes. Lacey, that was incredible. I know an agent who would be thrilled to represent you. Lacey, with grace and humility, declines the offer. Thank you. I appreciate your kind words, but I have no desire to be famous. I'm happy with my life in Manchestertown. Hollywood can wait. The director nods understandingly, respect evident in his gaze. I admire your conviction. You have a rare talent, and I hope you continue to share it with the world in your own way. As the crew disperses, Lacey joins me on the sidelines, a contented smile on her lips. Adrian, can you believe it? We did it! I chuckle, my heart swelling with pride. You were amazing. That performance will stay with me forever. She bumps her shoulder playfully against mine. Thanks for always believing in me. I couldn't have done it without you. As the evening settles, I find myself lying in bed in my hotel room, thoughts swirling in my mind. Why is Lacey so special to me? Why does she despise fame so fiercely, while others crave it endlessly? Many people want fame but don't deserve it. And yet here is Lacey, with her loyalty and devotion to her community. Her refusal to be seduced by the glitz and glamour of Hollywood is both endearing and perplexing. I admire her unwavering dedication to her craft and her refusal to compromise her values. Perhaps it's her authenticity, her genuine love for her hometown and the people she holds dear. I close my eyes, images of Lacey's radiant smile and powerful voice lingering in my thoughts. In that moment, I realize that what truly makes Lacey special is her ability to remain true to herself, no matter the temptations that may come her way. And in a world that often values fame over substance, her refusal to be swayed by its siren call is a rare and beautiful quality.
Chapter 13. Lacey. I wave goodbye to the last student who's just been picked up. Today is their first day back at school. Greeting my students and returning to the groove of teaching, after Thanksgiving break has been good for my soul. Their innocent smiles and unguarded comments never fail to lift my spirits. Filming has been going well. I'm surprised to find myself enjoying the process. It's tiring and gratifying all at once. Despite the long hours, the whole thing fascinates me. John doesn't film in a linear way. He films one scene and then another, rarely following the progression of the script. Adrian has explained that editing usually takes care of that. Most movies are rarely filmed the way you see them on screen. He says that depending on the budget and time constraints, most of the film we've shot could wind up on the cutting room floor. I've watched with fascination as the crew goes about their work. They're all so passionate about their craft that I could spend hours talking to each of them about what they do. Before this, I didn't realize that cinematography and lighting were so important to the overall mood and feel that a movie wants to evoke. Tonight will be a long one. Since it's my first day juggling both school and the shoot, John and Adrian have reworked the schedule for my sake. I'll be in the recording studio, singing songs for the soundtrack they'll be releasing. I rub my neck as I walk back to my classroom to gather my things. The setting sun casts long shadows, which fall across the rows of desks lined up across the room. I straighten a few chairs, tucking forgotten items inside their rightful cubicles. Singing for the movie has become an important outlet for me. While I sing, I can release all the tension and fear that occupies my thoughts. Pastor Eddie is still critically ill at the hospital. He's stable, but could suffer another heart attack at any moment. The hospital has agreed to let us pay in installments, but the road to his recovery will still be long and expensive. He'll require post-operative therapy and care, not to mention the medicine he'll need to take for a few months, or even a lifetime afterward. That afternoon, I arrive on set tired, but looking forward to hearing how the song will sound. Adrian and John, along with the sound designers James and Michael, are already in the studio chatting. Adrian greets me with a gentle smile, his eyes carrying a softness that speaks volumes. He understands the long hours I've already put in, and his presence is a comforting reminder that I'm not alone in this journey. We walk together towards the changing area, a quiet camaraderie enveloping us. His hand brushes against mine as we walk. He makes me feel like a teenager again, enamored with the thought of being liked by someone else. He goes out of his way to see me whenever he can. I'm noticing that more. "How was your day?" Adrian asks, his voice filled with genuine curiosity. I appreciate his interest in the simple tales of chalk and childhood wonder that I share with him. As we talk, I can't help but let my weariness seep into the conversation, telling him about the land that still hasn't been sold. At this moment, I forget that he's a star and feel grateful for his listening ear. As I emerge from the changing area, Adrian approaches me with a warm cup of herbal tea. The steam curls into the cool evening air, and the aroma fills my senses. It's a small gesture, but one that speaks volumes of his attentiveness. I gratefully accept the cup, feeling the warmth seep through my hands and into my weary spirit. Back inside the sound booth, Adrian hangs back, giving me the space to transform. The nurturing teacher fades away, making room for the enchanting singer within me. The twilight of the day seems to merge my dual roles into one harmonious melody. I step forward, ready to pour my heart and soul into the songs that will become a part of the movie's soundtrack. Taking a moment to soothe my throat with the tea, I let the comfort wash over me. The studio is filled with a hushed energy, the anticipation of capturing the perfect take palpable in the air. The producer and sound people discuss adjustments and nuances, meticulously fine-tuning every aspect of the recording. I place the big headphones over my head and position myself in front of the microphone. Michael speaks to me with a warm smile. "Lacey, your voice is something special. Whenever you're ready, just let us know." I take a deep breath, centering myself before leaning forward. The music begins, and I close my eyes, allowing the melody to guide me. With each word, each note, I pour my heart into the microphone. The studio becomes a sanctuary where my voice weaves its own magic. Throughout the recording, Adrian and the backup vocalists provide a supportive presence. Their encouraging words and nods of approval fuel my determination. It's a collaborative effort, each person playing their part to bring the song to life. As the last note fades, there's a moment of silence before the room erupts into applause. I step away from the mic, a mix of exhaustion and exhilaration coursing through my veins. Adrian speaks from the control booth, his eyes filled with pride. "Lacey, that was extraordinary," he says, his voice laced with genuine admiration. "You have an incredible talent, and I'm honored to witness it." I give him a tired but grateful smile. "Thank you. Your support means the world to me. I couldn't do this without all of you." When I step out of the booth, he places a hand on my shoulder, the warmth of his touch grounding me. "Your voice has the power to touch hearts, and I can't wait for the world to hear it." Michael emerges from the control booth and approaches me with a wide grin on his face. "Lacey, that was incredible. Your voice is like magic. I've been working in this industry for years, and I've never heard anything quite like it." I'm embarrassed, humbled by his praise. "Wow, thank you. That means a lot coming from you." Michael continues, "I have to say, your performance gave me goosebumps. The way you poured your heart into those lyrics, it was as if time stood still. You have a gift, Lacey." I smile, gratitude shining in my eyes. "Thank you, Michael. I'm just grateful to have the opportunity to share my music with others." He nods, a newfound respect evident in his expression. "Well, if you ever change your mind about fame, I'd be honored to work with you. But I understand and respect your decision. You're a rare gem in this industry." I thank him once again, cherishing the genuine connection our shared love of music has formed. I can't help but feel an overwhelming sense of contentment. I may have turned down opportunities for fame, but the recognition from those who truly appreciate my art is more than enough. After the recording session, Adrian insists on driving me home. As we settle into the car, the air is filled with a mixture of shared confidence and laughter. He knows just how to make me laugh, even with his corny jokes. I can't help but giggle at his efforts, grateful for the lightheartedness he brings to the moment. As we drive through the quiet streets, the familiar surroundings take on a new glow. The soft light of streetlights casts a warm ambiance, and the night sky twinkles with stars. The conversation flows effortlessly between us, as if we've known each other for a lifetime. Before we part ways, Adrian pauses, his hand resting on the car door. There's a certain tenderness in his gaze, a silent reassurance that he'll be there for me. There's something else there, too. Is it longing? I don't know, but I don't think I'll have the strength to walk away from him if he reveals that to be the case. "Lacey, I want you to know that I'll be here if you need me, every step of the way. Take advantage of your day to rest tomorrow. John, James, and Michael will be busy splicing what they need to." I smile gratefully at him, touched by his unwavering support. "Thank you. Your presence means more to me than words can express. I'll see you soon." With a sense of contentment, I step out of the car and walk towards my front door. The sound of my footsteps on the pavement echoes in the quiet night, a reminder of the path I've chosen. As I enter my house, a wave of warmth envelops me, not just from the cozy interior, but from the connections I've forged. I take a moment to reflect on the day, the whirlwind of emotions and experiences. From the classroom to the recording studio, I've navigated a world that feels both exhilarating and daunting. But I'm not alone. Adrian and the entire crew have become my allies, my friends. As I settle into bed, I close my eyes, relishing the melodies that still linger in my mind. The journey is far from over, but at this moment, I find solace in knowing that I'm surrounded by a team that believes in me. And as sleep embraces me, I drift off with a renewed sense of purpose, ready to face whatever the next day holds. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 14, Adrian. The next day, my eyes open as the first thought in my mind wakes me. Lacey. She's been at the back of my mind in my slumber, a thought I'd only recognized when I woke up. I start my day at a leisurely pace. Today is my time to rest, something that's been rare since we moved here. My mind whirls as I eat up the miles during my run. The rhythmic pounding of my feet on the pavement matches the thumping of my heart. The art of running was something that had eluded me in my youth. It was only when I started filming the biography of a renowned Olympian that I recognized its cathartic power. My worry over Lacey slips to the back of my mind as my brain zeroes in on a potential solution to her dilemma. Lacey is an artist, and she works very hard at her craft. Her love for singing, her students, her community, and the pastor shines through in everything she does. I'm concerned that she might be running herself ragged trying to earn enough for the pastor's medical bills. Her natural vibrancy is still evident in everything she does, but there have been glimpses throughout. A slight frown here or there, a silence that signifies the worry occupying her thoughts. I stop abruptly as a plan forms. I'm determined to help ease her burden. No matter what it costs me, I'm resolved to help her. Her natural exuberance can't be extinguished by a problem with a simple solution, but I'll need help in order to pull it off. I take my phone out and start my cool down, walking at a brisk pace toward the hotel for the last few blocks. A few hours later, when I arrive at the hospital in the neighboring town, my mind swirls with a mix of anticipation and concern. I had intended to focus on going over the script and handling some production issues with John, but I decided to play hooky, thoughts of Lacey and the community she holds dear occupy my every waking moment. Walking through the hospital corridors, I push a cart filled with bags of meals from a local restaurant known for its hearty dishes. The aroma wafts through the air, a comforting scent that brings a sense of familiarity and warmth to the otherwise sterile environment. As I walk past the bustling nurses' station, I catch snippets of conversations. The symphony of concern, hope, and resilience fills the air. The nurses and hospital staff play their part in this intricate narrative, their words and actions weaving together to create a tapestry of compassion and care. Engaging with the hospital staff, I charm my way into conversations, beseeching them for updates on the pastor's condition. Their eyes soften as they witness my genuine concern, and they assure me that he is receiving the best care possible. "Nurse, how is he holding up?" "His condition is stable, but he needs rest and time to recover. Don't worry, he's receiving the best care possible." Their words assure me as I navigate the hospital's corridors, leading me to a deeper understanding of the bonds that tie this community together. Their voices echo in my mind, fueling my determination to make a difference. The church members who have been keeping vigil over the pastor in rotation greet me outside the pastor's room with grateful surprise, their faces lighting up as they see the sustenance I've brought for them. "Adrian, we didn't expect to see you here," Andrew, one of the townspeople, exclaims. his voice filled with genuine joy. "Thank you for the meals. It means a lot to all of us." As I hand out the food, I realize most of the people in the group remember me from the fundraiser, and they greet me with warm smiles. They rush over to help relieve me of my burden. The conversation flows easily as we exchange stories and share moments of hope amidst the worry. "We've been praying for the pastor and for Lacey," Mrs. Gibbons, one of the community members, says, her voice filled with genuine concern. "Thank you for being here and for bringing these meals. It means more than you can imagine." I nod, touched by their gratitude. "You've all touched my life in so many ways. I couldn't stand by without offering my support. We're all in this together." The group nods in agreement, their eyes reflecting a shared determination to support one another through challenging times. In their voices and expressions, I find solace and strength, knowing that this community will rally together in the face of adversity. "You know, you've brought a piece of home to us," Sally, another townsperson, says, a hint of nostalgia in her voice as she opens the bag of food. I smile, grateful for the opportunity to make a difference even in the simplest of ways. "I'm glad it brings you comfort. We'll get through this together, and we'll come out stronger on the other side." With each interaction, I feel a deeper connection to this community, a bond that solidifies my commitment to their well-being. The warmth and gratitude they exude give me the strength to face the challenges ahead. I smile warmly, acknowledging their appreciation. It's the least I could do. The community has welcomed me with open arms, and I want to give back in any way I can. Searching for Lacey, I follow their pointing fingers and discover her sitting by the pastor's bedside. I watch through the glass as she cradles a bowl of porridge in her hands, gently feeding him. His frailty is evident, but the glimmer of life in his eyes reassures me that he's awake. Deciding not to interrupt their time together today, I soon bid farewell to everyone and make my way back to my hotel room. When I arrive, I run into my manager and my assistant in the elevator. Perfect. They're just who I needed to see. I tell them I need to talk to them in private. They both nod, looking puzzled. When the elevator stops on my floor, I rush them off, the need for secrecy of paramount importance. I usher them into my room, away from prying eyes and ears. "We need to talk, but keep your voices low," I say, my tone hushed yet firm. "I have an idea to help Lacey and the community, but it's important that we handle this discreetly." They exchange glances, curiosity mingled with concern. "What's going on, Adrian?" Elise, my manager, asks, her voice laced with worry. "Is everything all right?" Confusion is etched across their faces. The desire for secrecy is something I've never overtly requested from them. For me to voice it out loud means I'm deadly serious with my request. I take a deep breath, my mind racing with the details of my plan. "Lacey's been working tirelessly to support the pastor and the community," I explain, my voice filled with determination. "I want to alleviate some of that financial burden, but I need your help." They nod, their expressions reflecting a willingness to support me in any way they can. "What do you need us to do?" Tom, my assistant, asks, his voice steady. "We need to secure the pastor's land," I say, my voice low. "No one can know I bought it. I don't want Lacey to know." Elise nods in silent agreement, ready to move at my behest. It's a strategic play, masked in mystery, a web of actions designed to protect Lacey and her community, without revealing my true intentions. My thoughts settle on Lacey. Is it mere pity that compels me to act on her behalf? Or is there something deeper, a connection that defies explanation? I can't say for certain, but what I do know is that the thought of her light dimming under the pressure of her circumstances is intolerable to me. At this moment, I'm resolved, whatever my feelings may be, to ease her burden. We need to make this happen, I say, my voice filled with determination. Lacey deserves a chance to breathe, to focus on what truly matters without the weight of financial strain. Contact my business manager, rally our resources, and do whatever it takes to secure the pastor's land without her ever knowing. Elise and Tom exchange glances, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Adrian, you're going above and beyond," Tom says, his voice filled with admiration. "But we're here for you. We'll make it happen." I smile gratefully, knowing that I have a dedicated team by my side. "Thank you," I say, my voice sincere. "Together, we can create a ripple of change that will bring solace to Lacey and her community." As they leave the room to execute our plan, I can't help but feel a glimmer of hope. The pieces of the puzzle are starting to come together, and I know that with each step forward, we inch closer to alleviating the burden that weighs on Lacey's shoulders. The journey ahead may be filled with challenges, and the road may wind through uncharted territories, but I'm prepared to face them head on, because when it comes to matters of the heart, there are no limits to what one can accomplish.
Chapter 15. Lacey. 1 week later. I exit the building unsteadily, my arms burdened with folders stuffed with papers I have yet to grade. Heaved across my shoulders are tote bags filled to overflowing with some of my students' art folios. It's been a crazy day, but my heart is full. My students went home with smiles and almost zero tears. As a teacher, that's all I can really ask for. I spy Adrian across the yard, leaning casually against his SUV. His arms are crossed, but he immediately lifts one hand to wave to me, a welcoming smile on his face. He eats up the grass with his long legs as he approaches, carefully relieving me of my burden. "Let me help you with that." "My shoulders, thank you," I tell him gratefully. He leads the way to his car, and I take my time to admire the view. I study his broad shoulders, his muscles bulging slightly with the weight of my bags. He's been a fixture in my life for the past week. Not a day has gone by without me seeing or talking to him. It's been nice. Who knew we'd have so many things in common? That we'd forge a friendship after the initial issues between us? Now I can't imagine my life without him. What's going to happen when he has to leave? When he goes back to Hollywood? Surely we'll stay in touch. He can't just up and leave out of my life that easily. Can he? I don't want what we have to end. By the time I reach his car, he has the door open for me. I slide gracefully into the passenger seat. This is one of the things I appreciate so much about him. He shows his care for others through the little things. He makes a grand gesture every now and again, but what defines him as a man is, without a doubt, his chivalry and thoughtfulness. After Adrian starts the car, he changes his playlist to Ella Fitzgerald, one of our favorites. I look at him with a smile, taking his song choice as an invitation to sing along. I lean back against the headrest, closing my eyes to rest them for a bit. One of her simple ballads comes on, and I softly begin to sing. It's one of my favorite songs. I feel the car slowly stop, and I open my eyes to check if we've arrived. The light is red. I turn toward Adrian and catch him looking at me. He turns his gaze away quickly. The little imp inside me is embarrassed, but gratified by his attention. "You should sing with me," I invite him teasingly. "Trust me, that's something you wouldn't want. You're looking so relaxed right now. If I sing, even the frogs would croak right along with me," he admits. As we continue the drive, I can't help but notice his gaze lingering on me. His eyes hold a mixture of happiness and curiosity, as if he's waiting for something exciting to burst forth from my lips. I can hardly contain myself, the news bubbling within me like a fizzy drink ready to explode. I turn towards Adrian, my smile widening. "Adrian, I have something incredible to tell you," I say, my voice filled with genuine excitement. His eyebrows raise in anticipation. "What is it? You look positively thrilled." "Someone bought the land," I exclaim, unable to contain my joy. They didn't even argue over the amount. We have more than enough now, not just for the operation, but for everything he'll need post-op. Meds, therapy, everything. Adrian's face lights up, matching my own. Lacey, that's fantastic news. I'm so happy for you, for everyone. This means everything. We share a moment of pure happiness, our laughter mingling in the air. Adrian, always the one to lighten the mood, tells a poorly executed joke, but it doesn't matter. The sound of my laughter fills the car, and I realize how much I've come to cherish these moments with him. As we arrive on set, the atmosphere crackles with creative energy. Extras loiter around, eagerly awaiting their cues. Wires snake along the ground, connecting equipment and lights. The catering table bustles with activity, offering a variety of snacks and drinks. The crew members move with purpose, each focused on their specific tasks. During a break in filming, some overzealous extras crowd around us. Their eager voices fill the air, desperate to catch my attention. Lacey, are you a couple? Wow, your voice is amazing. Can I take a selfie with you? Hey, Lacey, I loved your performance. Can you say hi to my mom on camera? Their excitement and admiration are palpable. Their requests a testament to the impact my singing has had on them. I smile and oblige, taking a moment to interact with each one, appreciating their support and the joy they found in my music. It's humbling to see how a simple melody can touch so many lives. Adrian shields me from further requests with a protective arm, subtly marking a boundary that allows us a moment of respite. Amidst the crowd, we find a private haven where we can share our thoughts away from prying eyes. Sarah, the cinematographer, approaches us with a warm smile. Lacey, Adrian, we're ready for your performance. James, our talented sound engineer, has created the perfect audio setup. The scene is set in the grand ballroom, where you'll captivate the audience with your mesmerizing voice. Marlena has prepared your gown, and Sean is overseeing the lighting. Adrian and I exchange a quick glance, a mixture of excitement and nervousness passing between us. It's a pivotal moment, a chance for me to showcase my talent and move the audience with my voice. We take a deep breath, ready to immerse ourselves in the magic of music. The grand ballroom is adorned with twinkling lights, creating an enchanting ambience. The stage is set, awaiting my presence. Sarah adjusts the cameras, ensuring every shot is framed to perfection. James fine-tunes the sound equipment, making sure every note resonates with clarity. I step onto the stage, feeling a rush of adrenaline. The piano begins to play, and I let my voice soar, filling the room with a melody that evokes emotions. The audience falls silent, captivated by the raw beauty of the music. Adrian watches from the sidelines, his eyes filled with pride and admiration. John works his magic, capturing the essence of the performance through the lens, while James ensures the sound quality is impeccable. Their expertise and dedication elevate the experience, adding depth and richness to the moment. As the last note fades away, the room erupts into thunderous applause. The crew members cheer, their appreciation for my performance evident. It's a moment of triumph, a testament to the power of music and the collaborative effort of the entire team. Adrian steps forward, his smile radiant. Lacey, that was extraordinary. You've surpassed yourself. My cheeks burn, basking in the warmth of his words. Thank you, and thank you everyone for your incredible work. You've made this moment truly magical. In that moment, amidst the whirlwind of the film set, we find ourselves united by a shared passion for music and a friendship that continues to blossom. My heart is almost bursting with happiness. Pastor Eddie will be well soon. I now have the freedom to do what I love, and I'm getting to know someone who's becoming very important to me. In the quiet of the SUV, on the way to my home, I gaze out the window, lost in my thoughts. The passing streetlights cast fleeting shadows on my face, mirroring the conflicted emotions swirling within me. Adrian's caring nature has woven its way into my heart, and I find myself longing for more than just friendship. As he brings the car to a stop in front of my door, I linger in the car, my hand gripping the door handle tightly. The weight of unspoken words presses on my chest, threatening to spill forth and reveal the depths of my feelings. Courage surges within me, urging me to express my gratitude, but the fear of rejection holds me back. I take a deep breath, my voice barely above a whisper. Adrian, thank you for everything. This may be my only chance to express the depth of my feelings, and perhaps even the inklings of something more. Good night, I say softly, my voice tinged with vulnerability. He turns towards me, his eyes searching mine, a mix of curiosity and anticipation dancing in his gaze. Good night, Lacey, he replies, his voice carrying an undertone of unspoken emotions. With a gentle touch, my hand brushes against his, a fleeting connection that speaks volumes. It's the first time I've ever initiated to bridge the gap between us, offering a glimpse of the feelings I've been wrestling with. For a brief moment, time stands still. Our hands linger, the connection between us electrifying. Reluctantly, I take my hand off from his, the weight of unspoken desires lingering in the air. Pressing my lips together, my eyes linger on his features, the beauty in his eyes, and the sharpness to his jawline. I swallow hard, hoping that my implicit desire isn't too obvious with the way I'm staring at him. As I tear myself away and step out of the car, our whispered goodnight hangs in the air. Our unspoken connection binds us together. The gap between our worlds may feel insurmountable, but in this fleeting touch, I find solace and a glimmer of possibility. The road ahead may be uncertain, but in this delicate dance of friendship and attraction, I'm willing to take the leap, knowing that the journey of discovering love is worth every risk. As I watch the car drive away, I can't help but wonder what the future holds. Only time will tell if our connection will deepen and if we can bridge the divide between our worlds. But for now, I carry with me the memory of that touch, a silent testament to the potential that lies between us.
Chapter 16. Adrian. A few days later, I pick Lacey up from her home to drive her to the hospital. She's almost thrumming with contained excitement. The check from the buyers has cleared, and she can now pay for Pastor Eddie's surgery. I can't hide my smile. Being with Lacey just brings out the happiness in me. With her, I can be myself. I can go beyond the persona Hollywood and fans expect me to put on, and be true to who I am. In Manchestertown, no one cares whether I'm wearing designer clothes, nor whether I have my hair cut in the latest style. They don't question why I'm smiling or frowning, and most importantly, they have their own lives to lead. They don't dissect mine. There are no flashing cameras, no paparazzi hiding in the bushes. Here, I'm free to assess my feelings to my heart's content. I can pursue the woman I desire and value without press involvement or speculation. I can move around freely without donning a disguise. I can have cream on my nose without worrying about seeing it on social media the next day. I steal glances at the woman I'm coming to value above everyone and everything else. Lacey is looking out the window, watching the beautiful view outside unfold. Her strong jaw gives her a well-defined profile against the waning light, and I can't help but linger along the smoothness of her dark skin. Her neck is slender and graceful, sloping gently to her shapely chest. They lift with each breath she takes. Her eyelashes cast crescent shadows along her cheeks. How can someone be so beautiful? And how could a beauty like her hide away in such a small town? I ponder that for a moment, but then I decide it's a good thing. Lacey is a woman I can cherish without worrying about the whole world hounding her for attention. It's selfish, but I like that. I have to restrain myself from tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, choosing to squeeze my hands tighter on the steering wheel instead, and bringing my gaze back into the road. It started snowing. The forecast has been unsteady for the past few days. Snow is expected today, but it shouldn't be too bad. Hopefully, we'll be home snug and safe before it falls. The street lights have been turned on already, the faint orange lights looking like twinkling orbs against the vibrant purple hue of the sky. I look at Lacey's hands resting on top of her lap. I wish I could hold them, bridging the gap between our seats and just intertwining her fingers with mine. As Lacey and I arrive at the hospital, relief washes over us. We head to the finance department to hand over the money for Pastor Eddie's surgery, knowing it brings us one step closer to saving his life. The receptionist assures us that the surgery will be scheduled as soon as the pastor is well enough to endure it, ensuring his survival. The sense of relief Lacey feels is tangible on her face. Anxiously, we make our way to Pastor Eddie's room, eager to check on his progress. He's resting, but the doctor is there to meet us with a smile. He delivers the news we've been hoping for. "He's recovering well," the doctor says, his voice filled with reassurance. "Just a day or two more and he'll be ready for the surgery. He's a fighter." Relief floods through me as we leave the room, knowing that Pastor Eddie's condition is improving. The knowledge that he's on the road to recovery will help ease the worry and stress off Lacey. Glancing out the window, I notice that the snowfall has intensified, transforming into a heavy cascade. In the short amount of time we've been inside the hospital, the cars and parking lot have become blanketed in snow. The worry creeps into our minds as we realize the journey back home may not be safe. "The snow is coming down hard," I say, my voice laced with concern. "We should find shelter for the night. It's better to be safe than risk getting stuck on the road." Lacey nods in agreement, her worry mirrored in her eyes. We search for the nearest inn, hoping to find refuge from the storm. The charming and quaint inn we stumble upon welcomes us warmly, its warm lights casting a cozy glow. The innkeeper greets us apologetically, informing us that only 2 rooms remain. We hastily book them, grateful for the sanctuary this inn provides. Lacey has lived in McChester Town all her life, but she's never been to this place. She looks around her in enchantment. We decide to have some dinner before we go into our rooms. There aren't many guests by the time we find ourselves seated in the cozy dining area. Apparently this is their off-season. The freak snowstorm is something no one expected, but the fire blazing in the hearth helps warm us from the unexpected cold. "This whole place looks like it would be the perfect setting for a movie," I comment. Lacey agrees. "A romantic comedy, set at Christmas time." Later, settled into my room, I shiver as the heater sputters and dies, leaving me in a cold and uncomfortable state. I could shelter under the quilt, but there's a slight draft coming through the window. With no other option, I gather my courage and knock on Lacey's door. She opens it, surprise and amusement dancing in her eyes. I explain the predicament I find myself in. "Come in," she says invitingly, her voice filled with warmth and understanding. "The room's more than big enough. I'll be happy to share it with you. Let's make the best of it." With a shared sense of resignation and a touch of excitement, I find myself in Lacey's room. The crackling fireplace casts a soft glow, creating an intimate atmosphere. The warmth of the fire and the closeness of our proximity create a palpable tension between us. I take a deep breath, the vulnerability evident in my voice as I break the silence. "Lacey, these past few weeks have been extraordinary. Being with you has brought a happiness I never knew existed. The connection between us is undeniable, and I want to tell you how much I treasure it." She meets my gaze, her eyes shimmering with a mix of emotions. "I feel the same way," she replies, her voice filled with sincerity. "I'm thankful for getting this chance to get to know you. You're an important person in my life." To ease the tension that hangs in the air, Lacey uncorks a bottle of wine, the satisfying pop echoing in the room. We take turns selecting songs on her phone, the music filling the room with a warm, melodic ambience. As we sit on the cozy sofa, a comfortable silence settles between us, the crackling fire providing a soothing soundtrack. Lacey breaks the silence, a playful smile dancing on her lips. "You know, if someone had told me a year ago that I'd be stranded in a snowstorm with a charming celebrity, I would have thought they were crazy." I chuckle, a warmth spreading through me at her words. "Ah, the unpredictability of life. It certainly has a way of surprising us, doesn't it?" Lacey nods, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "But you know what they say. Sometimes the best memories come from the most unexpected moments, and I have a feeling this is going to be one of those memories. I smile, feeling a sense of ease and connection growing between us. I couldn't agree more. There's something magical about being stuck in this cozy inn with you, amidst the falling snow. It's like we've been transported into a winter wonderland. Lacey's laughter fills the room, a melodic sound that warms my heart. Well, no one can say we're not making the most of it. We have our own version of a winter fairy tale, complete with candlelit rooms and romantic ballads. I playfully raise an eyebrow. Don't forget the bottle of wine. The soft glow of the candlelight reflects off the crystal glasses, casting a warm and inviting aura. "To unexpected adventures and the joy of being present in this moment," Lacey says, raising her glass. I raise my glass to clink against hers, our eyes locking in a toast filled with anticipation and possibility. "To new connections and the beauty found in the midst of chaos," I add, sincerity lacing my words. As the wine swirls in our glasses, I can't help but feel a surge of excitement and connection. The room is filled with a sense of ease and anticipation, as if the universe has conspired to bring us together. At this moment, as the wine lowers our guard and the melodic tunes fill the room, I feel a profound shift within me. A growing desire to lean in and capture Lacey's lips in a kiss that speaks volumes. Lacey begins to sing softly along with the ballad, her voice resonating in close quarters, stirring something profound within me. Her voice is beautiful, and I can't help but be captivated by the way it fills the room. With sincerity in my voice, I compliment her talent, admiration shining through in the candlelit room. The charged atmosphere, heightened by the wine and music, leads me to act on my impulse. Without thinking, I find myself leaning in, capturing Lacey's lips in a tentative yet heartfelt kiss.
Chapter 17. Lacey. The feeling of Adrian's lips on mine sends a searing blaze of heat throughout my whole body. I press my lips harder against his, wanting no space between us. I can taste the wine in his tongue, and I feel an instantaneous response in my body. I've been waiting for this. I've been wanting this to happen for so long, even if I didn't want to admit it to myself. Now that it's finally happening, I realize that it feels even better than how I imagined it. The room is heavy with anticipation. As Adrian and I stand there, our eyes locked with an intensity that speaks volumes. The unspoken desires between us have reached their peak, and it feels as though the air crackles with electricity. We both know that this moment will be a turning point, a leap into the unknown. Without a word, we come together, our bodies drawn to each other as if pulled by an invisible force. The first touch is electric, sending shivers down my spine and igniting a fire within me. Adrian's hands, strong and sure, explore every inch of my body, leaving a trail of heat in their wake. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 18. Adrian. The first light of dawn parts the curtains, sketching a soft line across the empty space in the bed beside me. I awaken to the silence, a canvas once filled with the vibrant hues of Lacey's laughter and warmth, now too quiet, too still. A sense of longing tugs at me as I stretch, chasing away the remnants of dreams. I lie there for a moment, wrapped in the sheets, half expecting to hear the soft cadence of Lacey's breathing beside me. But the bed is empty, the sheets on her side cool and undisturbed as if she's been up for a while. I sigh softly. I wish she would have given me the chance to wake up by her side, bringing her close to my chest so I could pepper her skin with soft kisses. I hope there will be other opportunities for that in the future. The faint sound of movement and the clinking of cutlery beckons me from the sanctuary of the bed. I rise. The floorboards cool under my feet, a stark contrast to the lingering warmth of sleep. Padding softly down the hallway, I find Lacey in the inn's quaint dining area. She stands by the window, sunlight playing upon her like a master painter, dabbing strokes of gold into her black hair. She's a vision, and for a moment, the breath is snatched from my lungs. Her gentle profile, silhouetted against the morning light, is a sight I want to wake up to for countless dawns to come. She turns, catching my sleepy stare, and her lips curve into a smile that seems to cradle secrets and promises. "Good morning," she greets, her voice a melody that stirs the air. "Morning," I reply, my voice a low timbre still lined with the remnants of night. "I didn't expect to find you up and about so early." She laughs, a sound that fills the room with warmth. "I could say the same for you, usually Mr. Earlybird." I pull out a chair at the small table and sink into it, watching her move around the room with an effortless grace. "I guess you inspire a change in habits," I say, my heart tapping a rhythm against my chest, a rhythm that spells her name. The steam from the freshly brewed coffee rises between us, a misty veil that I part as I pour 2 mugs. The rich scent is grounding, a reminder that this isn't a dream. I slide a cup towards her. "Your coffee, as per the usual morning ritual," I say, a playful edge to my words. She accepts the cup with a grateful nod, her fingers grazing mine, a jolt of connection in the simple touch. "Thank you," she whispers, her eyes holding mine in a gaze that feels like the first and last piece of a cherished puzzle. The clink of our coffee mug sets the final note of an early symphony. I'm caught in the current of time, flowing too quickly, each second pulling me closer to when I'll have to leave for the set. I savor the way Lacey's laughter fills the space between us, trying to imprint the sound in my memory. "We should do this every morning," I suggest, my eyes not leaving hers. She grins, that mischievous spark lighting up her face. "You might get tired of me." "Impossible," I retort, and I mean it. The very idea of growing tired of these moments is as foreign to me as the concept of a sky without stars. I rise with reluctance, the weight of duty anchoring me to reality. "I've got to head out," I say. "They're expecting me on set. Should I drop you off at home or the school?" I hate to see her leave when we arrive at her place soon after. If I could, I would spend the whole day with her. As 2 adults, however, we have other commitments that have to come first. "Break a leg," she says, the industry's charm for good luck feeling more like a personal blessing when it comes from her lips. She closes my SUV door behind her, and the sound seems to carry the finality of a closing chapter. Even despite the cheerful wave she gives as she heads into her house, the outside world suddenly seems colder. I drive to the set, my mind replaying the morning, a futile attempt to hold on to the peace. But as I step out of my car, I'm met with a starkly different energy. My manager, Lacey, is pacing like a caged animal, her face etched with lines of concern. "Adrian!" she calls out, her voice a pitch higher than usual. "What's going on?" I ask, my footsteps halting as I take in her grim expression. She thrusts her phone toward me. The image on the screen is a gut punch, a snapshot of Lacey and me, her face clear despite the grainy quality. "This is everywhere," she says. A knot of anxiety pulls tight in my belly, anger simmering just below the surface. "How did they find out?" Elise runs a hand through her hair, a gesture of frustration I've come to recognize. "Someone must have tipped off the paparazzi. They've been sniffing around for weeks like vultures." My hands clench at my sides, the peace of the morning shattering under the intrusive gaze of the public. They had no right to do this, I growl. I'm with you, Elise says, her usual calm waning. Damage control is the top priority now. No, I cut her off, feeling a rush of concern for Lacey taking over my thoughts. I need to make sure she's okay first. Elise's eyes meet mine, and there's a silent acknowledgement of the battle ahead. We'll handle the press. You take care of Lacey. As I nod, the set around us feels like a stage where a drama I never auditioned for is unfolding. I stride to my trailer, the noise of the set fading behind me. I reach for my phone, Lacey's number at the top of my recent calls. I hesitate, the anticipation of her reaction a weight in my hand. Elisa, have there been any calls from her? I ask, needing to brace myself before I plunge into the conversation that will undoubtedly change everything. Not yet, she replies, her eyes holding a mix of sympathy and resolve. But we need to act fast. I nod, acutely aware of the fragile bubble that Lacey and I have been living in, now threatened by a world neither of us can control. I pocket my phone, a decision forming amidst the chaos. I'll protect her from this, from everything. I will stand between her and the storm. And with that resolve hardening in my chest, I step out of my trailer to face the day. The call to Lacey, a looming challenge I'm not yet ready to undertake. But when I do, I'll be the shield to her vulnerability, the fortress to our fleeting peace.
Chapter 19. Lacey. I step through the front door of McChester Elementary, my heart skipping to a tune only I can hear. The echo of Adrian's laughter still playing in my mind like a cherished melody. The morning sun pours its golden light across the polished floors, and I can't help but let a hum slip from my lips, a private serenade to the warmth of last night's memories. But as the door swings shut behind me, the brightness seems to dim, replaced by the buzzing fluorescent lights overhead. It's as if the building itself senses the shift in atmosphere, from the gentle embrace of dawn to the piercing scrutiny of day. Morning, Lacey. Mrs. Pennington calls out from behind her cluttered desk, her eyes gleaming with a curiosity that feels too invasive for this hour. I muster a smile and nod. Good morning, Mrs. Pennington. The teacher's lounge is abuzz with hushed voices as I enter, the low murmur punctuated by the occasional clink of a coffee mug. I brace myself, the armor of my smile firmly in place. Here comes Adrian Bailey's arm candy, Jonathan quips from his perch by the coffee machine, a smirk playing on his lips. Laughter ripples through the room, and I feel heat creeping up my neck. What was that? I ask, suddenly panicking. I'm met by silence, my colleagues sniggering softly into their coffee cups. But as I move to pour my own cup, I can't help but overhear the whispers, the not-so-subtle jabs that needle at my composure. So that's how she landed the role. Obviously, the story about stumbling onto small-town talent was clearly a cover. I guess any woman in McChester could have been a movie star if she were just willing to spread her legs. Their words, sharp and barbed, catch me off guard. I clench my jaw, my grip tightening around the ceramic mug. It's not the accusations that sting, it's the undercurrent of betrayal. These are my colleagues and my friends, supposed to know my heart and its corners. Hey, a soft voice interrupts, and I turn to see Rachel, her expression a blend of concern and defiance. Don't let them get to you. They don't know the first thing about you. I offer her a grateful look, my smile genuine but fragile. Thanks, Rachel, but how does everybody know? Rachel gives me a guilty look and pulls out her phone. Within seconds, my eyes widen as I take in the grainy image of Adrian and me in a passionate embrace. As I scroll, I see it's all over social media, accompanied by a litany of scandalous headlines and unsavory comments. Just like that, Memories of my tender moments with Adrian are slashed cruelly by their words. What we experienced last night was so beautiful, so passionate. Adrian is unlike any man I've known. I shouldn't listen to them, but those comments are getting to me. Rachel gives my shoulder a reassuring squeeze, but the bell rings. She soon heads back to her classroom, leaving me to gather myself. I take a deep breath, the steam from the coffee cup mingling with the air I exhale, and with it, I try to let go of the tension. I know it's time to leave the whispers behind. I stride down the hallway, the soft tap of my shoes a counterpoint to the cacophony of arriving students. In the sanctuary of my classroom, I find respite. The colorful posters on the walls, the neat rows of desks, they're all reminders of why I'm here. Not for idle gossip, or to fulfill some hidden agenda, but for the bright, eager eyes that soon fill the room. Miss Veron, Lily, a bright-eyed second grader, tugs at my sleeve. Can we sing the calendar song today? The way you do it, it's like magic. Her innocence is a balm, and I bend down to her level, my earlier disquiet fading. Of course, Lily. There's nothing I'd love more. As the day unfolds, the rhythm of teaching, laughter, and learning wraps around me like a comforting shawl. Each lesson is an affirmation, each smile from my students a reminder of the simple joys that are the true measure of my days. Yet even as I navigate the familiar dance of instruction and encouragement, a part of me remains tangled in the morning's unpleasantness, in the knotted words of doubt and speculation. The last of the children's chatter fades away at the end of the day, leaving the halls of McChester Elementary eerily silent. I lean back against the closed door of my classroom, the stillness settling around me like dust. It's in this quiet that my thoughts turn to Adrian, to the warmth of his smile, the depth of his laughter, and the way his presence feels like a safe harbor in the midst of my storms. But the storm outside is what keeps me anchored to this spot, my hand still resting on the cool metal of the doorknob. The idea of being seen with him, of the wildfire spread of rumors it would only fuel now, coils tight in my stomach. I can almost hear the whispers and see the pointed fingers. The thought alone is enough to cement my resolve. I need to avoid Adrian, at least for now. Sinking into my desk chair, I gaze out the window at the orange hue painting the sky, signaling the day's end. My part in the movie is nearly wrapped up, the role that unexpectedly thrust me into the spotlight, blurring the lines between my quiet life and the glittering chaos of celebrity. And then there's the hospital, the place where Pastor Eddie's fragile health is cradled in the hands of doctors and machines, the place that's become a constant in my life of variables. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the worry that's burrowed in deep. Focus, Lacey, I mutter to myself. One thing at a time. Talking to yourself now, Miss Veron? Mr. Jacobs, the janitor, leans against the doorframe with an amused grin. Long day? I offer him a weary smile, appreciative of the interruption. The longest, Mr. Jacobs? Just a lot on my mind, you know? He nods, pushing his mop bucket into the room. The walls have ears and the halls have mouths. I've seen a lot in my years here, and I've learned that they settle down eventually. Thank you, I say, finding a small comfort in his words. I hope you're right. He gives me a knowing look before shuffling out of the room, leaving me alone with my thoughts once more. The weight of the day presses down on me, and I close my eyes, letting out a long breath. It's best to let the fervor subside, I tell myself. I collect my lesson plans and the essays that need grading, the muscle memory of routine guiding me when my mind is a fog of Adrian and hospital antiseptics. Mr. Jacobs, the janitor, must sense my distress because he offers a gentle smile when I see him again. Take care, Miss Veron, he says as I pass him in the hallway. The drive to the hospital is a blur. My car knows the way almost as well as I do, winding through the streets of our small town, past the park where Adrian and I once shared a picnic, a memory now bittersweet. When I arrive, the hospital's fluorescent lights are stark against the twilight. Inside, the familiar smell of disinfectant and the quiet murmur of nurses at the station provide a backdrop to my tumultuous thoughts. I sign in at the front desk, the receptionist offering a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. She knows my face now. She knows that my visits are as much for me as they are for Pastor Eddie. In the pastor's room, the beep of the heart monitor is a steady rhythm in the quiet. I take his hand, his skin papery and warm, and I tell him about my day, about the children's successes and the little failures that they'll learn from. I don't tell him about Adrian or the movie or the suffocating press of gossip that's threatening to swallow me whole. This is my respite, my chance to give rather than to take. "You're a good soul, Lacey," Pastor Eddie says, his voice a whisper of leaves in the wind. "Don't let the world harden that heart of yours." "I'm trying, Pastor," I respond, squeezing his hand. "It's just complicated." He nods, his eyes closing again, and I sit with him in silence, my own eyes burning with unshed tears. It's here, in the quiet of Pastor Eddie's room, that my resolve begins to wane. My phone feels heavy in my pocket, a lifeline to Adrian. I should call him. I know I should, but the fear of what that call might bring weighs me down. Finally, I pull out my phone, my thumb hovering over Adrian's contact. The promise of understanding in his voice. The chance to explain without the world listening in. It's all just a call away. But the ring of the phone feels like a betrayal of the quiet sanctuary I've found here. And so I return the phone to my pocket. I'm choosing silence over the risk of exposure, however temporary that peace may be. "I'm sorry, Adrian. I wish I could see you again soon. I miss you so much, but I'm needed elsewhere."
Chapter 20. Adrian. I sit in the dim light of my kitchen, the glow from my phone screen casting shadows across the walls. My thumb hovers over the keyboard. Lacey hasn't answered any of my messages. The next morning, the light begins to seep through the blinds, casting lines across the table where I sit. I've spent the night oscillating between distraction and staring at my phone, waiting for a reply that never comes. The coffee maker sputters in the background, and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee fills the room. But even that can't shake the unease settling deep within me. "Man, you look like you've seen a ghost." My assistant's voice cuts through my reverie as he arrives for the day, stepping into the kitchen. I force a smile, one that doesn't quite reach my eyes. "Just one of those nights, Tom. You know?" Tom pours himself a cup of coffee, glancing at me with a raised eyebrow. "Or maybe one of those girls? Lacey, wasn't it?" He smirks, leaning against the counter. "Yeah," I admit, my voice a notch quieter. "I haven't heard from her. I thought she'd call, but..." My voice trails off, the worry evident. Tom nods, sipping his coffee. "Hey, give her some space. Maybe she's still trying to process the whole fiasco with the media. You know how this town is sometimes." I nod, knowing he's probably right, but it does little to ease the bone-deep concern gnawing at me. Every now and then, I check my phone. No messages, no incoming calls, nothing. Radio silence from Lacey. I miss her voice. I miss her smile. I miss everything about her. Doesn't she feel the same way for me? As the day wears on, the weight of the unanswered messages grows. I try to distract myself with the film, but by late afternoon, the concern morphs into a palpable fear. Something isn't right. I can't sit still any longer. Decision made, I grab my keys and head out to the only place I expect her to be at this time of day. The hospital. The drive is quick, the familiarity of the route doing nothing to calm my racing thoughts. The hospital's sliding doors whoosh open, and I step inside, the sterile smell of antiseptics hitting me immediately. The reception area is bustling, with nurses and doctors moving with an urgency that always seems to linger in the air here. "Excuse me." I approach the front desk, where a middle-aged nurse looks up, her expression one of practiced neutrality. "I'm looking for Lacey Varon. Is she here today?" The nurse taps at her computer, her eyes scanning the screen. "I'm sorry, sir. There's no one by that name checked in or listed as a visitor today." The information hits like a gut punch. "Are you sure? Could you please check again?" She gives me a sympathetic look, one I'm sure she's perfected over the years, and checks once more. "I'm sorry. There's no Lacey Varon." I thank her, stepping back, the worry now mingled with frustration. Where could she be? Leaving the hospital, I decided to drive by McChester Elementary in case she's there. As I park across the street, I notice the school looks more forlorn than usual, the playground empty, the laughter of children replaced by the whistling of a brisk wind. I don't go in. Instead, I sit in my car, watching. The sky darkens, and one by one, lights in the classrooms flick off. There's no sign of Lacey. Back home, the emptiness of the apartment mirrors the hollow feeling inside me. I drop onto the sofa as the silence stretches, a tangible presence in the room. I know I should be patient and give her the space she needs. But as the clock ticks on, my resolve wavers. I need to see her, to know she's okay. But how can I when every instinct tells me to rush to her side? Yet every fact I gather pushes me back, leaving me stranded in uncertainty. The phone in my hand feels like a lifeline that's slowly fraying. I realize that waiting isn't something I'm good at, not when it comes to people I care about. The notion that something might be wrong gnaws at me, relentless and unyielding. I stand up, pacing the length of my living room, each step a testament to my growing restlessness. The memories of our last conversation play over in my head like a broken record. Her laughter, so light and carefree, now seems like a distant echo, replaced by the oppressive silence of my phone. I'm worrying over nothing, I mutter to myself, trying to quash the unease that's taken root. But the reassurance sounds hollow even to my own ears. The night stretches on, the moon casting a pale glow through the window, illuminating the solitude of my apartment. I can't just sit here. I need to do something. Anything. I grab my jacket, the keys jingling in my hand as a sudden resolve takes hold. As I step out into the cool night air, the streets of the small town are quiet, almost contemplative. I drive aimlessly at first, the familiar landmarks passing by in a blur. Then, almost without thinking, I find myself pulling up at the club where I first heard her sing. It's a spot that's always brought her peace. A place where she can truly be herself. The place is bustling as usual, performers gracing the stage, one after the other. But Lacey isn't there. Not knowing what else to do, I sit down, half expecting, half hoping to see her walking towards me. But the minutes tick by, and she doesn't appear. In the bustling bar, I pull out my phone again, staring at the screen, willing it to light up with her name. "Why didn't you call, Lacey?" I whisper into the darkness, hoping for an answer I know won't come. Just as I'm about to stand and leave, my phone finally vibrates. My heart leaps in my chest as I quickly pull it out, but it's a text from Tom. "Everything okay, man? You've been out for a long time. Need company?" I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, the disappointment sharp and bitter. "No, all good. Just needed some air. Thanks, Tom." Putting the phone away, I stand, looking through the vibrant crowd that's lacking the only person I want to see. "Whatever you're going through, Lacey, I just hope you know I'm here," I say to the night, the words carried away by the din. As I drive back home, the streets are even more deserted now. The weight of unresolved questions presses down on me. The need to protect her, to be there for her, clashes with the respect I have for her space and privacy. When I reach my apartment, the digital clock on the microwave reads 3:17 a.m. The silence of the early morning is a stark contrast to the turmoil inside me. I know I should try to get some sleep, but the restlessness has a firm grip on me. I sit on the edge of my bed, the events of the day replaying in my mind, the concern for Lacey mingling with frustration at my helplessness. As I finally lie down, the quiet of the night is a cold comfort. The last thought before sleep claims me as a hope, a silent prayer really, that tomorrow will bring answers, that Lacey will reach out, and that this gnawing worry will be replaced with relief. But as the darkness deepens, and the world outside falls into a deeper silence, the open-endedness of my situation lingers, an unresolved chord in the symphony of our intertwined lives. The days stretch into an endless loop of confusion and restlessness. I toss and turn each night, replaying every moment with Lacey, each laugh we shared, each secret we whispered. But now there's just silence, a thick, suffocating blanket of it, smothering me. I'm itching under my skin, needling with the desperation to set things right, or at least understand where they went wrong. Tonight, I know she's performing her last set at the Blue Note, and I can't keep away any longer. My feet have their own agenda, carrying me through the dimly lit streets until the familiar neon sign comes into view again, casting a lurid glow on the puddles from earlier rain. The air is thick with summer heat and the promise of a storm, mirroring the turmoil inside me. I push open the door, the sound of jazz spilling out into the night. It wraps around me, a temporary balm to my fraying nerves. Lacey's on stage, her fingers dancing over the keys of the piano, her voice a haunting melody that pierces the smoky air. She's ethereal, a stark contrast to the heavy earthbound feeling in my chest. As her set ends, the crowd erupts into applause, but her eyes don't meet mine, not even once. It's as if she can sense my turmoil and chooses to shield herself from it. I wait, heart hammering, as people start to leave, their chatter and laughter a stark backdrop to the silent communication between us. Finally, she steps down, her gaze fixed on a point just over my shoulder. I intercept her, my voice rough with emotion. "Lacey, we need to talk." She stiffens, her eyes cold, distant. "There's nothing to talk about, Adrian. Maybe it's best if you just forget whatever you think was between us." Her words slice through me, sharp and unexpected. Forget? After all the nights we've spent opening up to each other? Lacey, what happened to all that? She crosses her arms, her jaw set. I needed some time away from the paparazzi. You know what that time also gave me, Adrian? A chance to look into that check I got. How could you not tell me about the land? I flinch, realizing the depth of her hurt. I wanted it to be a surprise. I was trying to help you. I didn't want you to know in case you saw it as me overstepping. Her laugh is bitter, edges sharp enough to cut. A surprise? Or were you just trying to play the magnanimous benefactor? I don't need your charity, Adrian. I needed your honesty. Her words sting, a harsh reminder of my folly. It wasn't about charity, Lacey. It was about giving you something you deserved. I was wrong to keep it from you, but please believe that my intentions were... Intentions, she interrupts, her voice rising, a tremble betraying her anger. Your intentions don't matter when they end up hurting people, Adrian. You thought you were helping, but you were just hiding the truth. How can I trust you when you make decisions about my life behind my back? Now it feels like it was all a manipulation to buy me. The accusation hangs between us, heavy and suffocating. I reach out, hoping to bridge the gap, to touch her arm, but she steps back, her expression hardening. I think you should leave. The finality in her voice is a blow I'm not prepared for. My hand drops to my side, useless. Lacey, No, she cuts me off, her voice softer now, but no less decisive. Just go, please. Turning away, I feel the last thread of connection snap, a sharp pain that starts at my heart and radiates outward. As I walk back through the now empty club, each step is heavier than the last. Outside, the air has cooled, the earlier tension breaking as a light drizzle begins to fall, mingling with the tears I can no longer hold back. Walking away, I'm swallowed by the night, the weight of my mistakes crushing me. I had thought I was helping and supporting her dream, but in my silence I had only crafted her disappointment and distrust. The road ahead is unclear, shrouded in the fog of our fractured bond, and as I disappear into the misty streets, the only certainty is the ache of loss and the bitter taste of regret.
Chapter 21. Lacey. The morning sun peeks through the blinds, casting a warm glow across the room. As I stretch, the stiffness in my muscles reminds me of the restless night I've had. My mind is a tangled mess of thoughts, predominantly filled with Adrian's persistent attempts to rekindle what we once had. Despite his efforts, I can't shake off the feeling of suffocation, the need to breathe on my own without the weight of his expectations. I pull myself out of bed and head to the kitchen. The counter is littered with vases of fresh flowers, each bouquet a burst of color so vivid it almost seems desperate. Sunflowers, peonies, daisies. A silent plea from Adrian, their fragrance filling the space between us. I touch the petals lightly, and the texture is both comforting and overwhelming. As I make coffee, there's a knock at the door. Reluctantly, I answer, already knowing what, or rather who, I'll find. Mrs. Henley, my next-door neighbor, stands there, a concerned look etched across her face. "Morning, Lacey. Just wanted to check on you, dear. Saw your young man leaving these outside your door." She gestures to a basket covered with a red checkered cloth, undoubtedly hiding something edible. "Thank you, Mrs. Henley. I'm managing, just a lot on my mind these days," I reply, forcing a smile that doesn't quite reach my eyes. "He seems like a keeper, always so thoughtful," she adds, her voice a mixture of nosiness and genuine care. With a nod, I accept her observation. "He was. It's complicated, but thank you for checking on me." Closing the door, I uncover the basket to find a container of chicken noodle soup, my favorite when I'm under the weather. The aroma brings back memories of better days, making my heart ache with a mix of nostalgia and resistance. I miss what we had, I can't deny that. My mind trails back to the moments we had together, the soft touches, the gentle words. It takes everything in my power to avoid the phone. Otherwise, I might just shoot him a message. Later, as I sit at my small dining table, sipping the soup, the taste is as familiar as the dilemma that haunts me. Adrian's kindness is undeniable, his love palpable. But is it genuine or all just a tactic to exploit me? The day drags on, each hour marked by a gesture from Adrian. Lunch arrives from the local diner, followed by a mid-afternoon delivery of chocolate-covered strawberries. My guilty pleasure. His strategy is clear. He's waging a campaign of comfort and familiarity, a reminder of the attentiveness he's always shown toward my likes and dislikes. But as evening approaches, I find myself at the mailbox, a routine check revealing something unexpected. Tucked among the usual bills and flyers is a soft, richly textured scarf. The wool is luxurious, the stitches meticulous. Another effort by Adrian, no doubt. Alongside it, I find a letter in his familiar scrawl. I retreat to the privacy of my living room before unfolding the paper. Adrian's words spill out, each sentence a thread in the fabric of his plea. "Lacey, I got this at the shop in town. Every stitch in this scarf represents a moment spent thinking of you, of us, and all the reasons we should try again. I know things haven't been easy, and maybe they won't ever be perfect. But I am here, willing to mend what's been torn. Please, let's not end this on what could have been. Yours, Adrian." The earnestness in his writing is palpable, each word a testament to his refusal to let go. I finger the scarf, the soft wool a contrast to the turmoil inside me. His determination is clear, but so is my need for space. to figure out my own desires without the hue of his love coloring everything. Night falls, and the cool air brushes against my skin as I step out onto the balcony. The scarf wrapped around my shoulders. It's soft and comforting, yet I'm conflicted. Adrian's gestures, his refusal to give up, they tug at a part of me I'm not ready to revisit. Not yet. Wrapped in the scarf, I stand on the balcony, the crisp air nipping at my cheeks. The moon is high, casting a silver glow that seems to spotlight my solitude. As much as I yearn for space and clarity, Adrian's presence permeates my every day, making the distance I so desperately seek feel like a mirage. Below, the quiet streets of our small town bear witness to my solitude. I'm left to ponder the open-endedness of our situation, the unresolved feelings that linger like the evening mist. As the moon casts its glow, I wonder about tomorrow, about the choices I must make, and about whether the softness of the scarf can ever truly warm the chill that has settled between us. The next morning, I venture to the local cafe, a place where the smell of brewing coffee usually comforts me. As I push open the door, the familiar chime greets me, but so does Adrian, sitting at our usual corner table, his gaze fixed on a notebook. He looks up, his eyes locking with mine, and the room suddenly feels smaller. "Hey, Lacey," he calls out, his voice a mix of hope and hesitation. I pause, the threshold now a line between past warmth and present resolve. "Hi, Adrian," I reply, my voice steady but my heart not so much. I order my coffee and, against my better judgment, join him. "You look well," he says, closing his notebook, all attention now on me. "Thanks, I've been keeping busy," I reply, tucking a loose strand of hair behind my ear, a nervous habit I can't seem to shake off. I saw the flowers and the gifts, and the scarf. "Adrian, I know, Lacey, I know," he cuts in gently. "I'm not trying to overwhelm you. I just want you to remember that I'm here, that I care." The cafe buzzes around us, the clatter of dishes and the murmur of conversations, a stark contrast to the silent battle waging within me. I sip my coffee, the warmth a temporary shield against the chill of our situation. As days pass, the town's smallness becomes more evident. Adrian is everywhere. At the grocery store, at the park where I jog, even at the post office. Our town, once a canvas of endless possibilities, now feels like a labyrinth with all paths leading to him. One evening, I find myself returning to the film stage where everyone is celebrating the wrap of the movie. The excitement is palpable, but so is the nostalgia. As I watch Adrian interact with the crew, his laughter genuine and infectious. Though I'm still a member of the cast and welcome here, I feel out of place. I lean against a wall, the question of his future plans heavy on my tongue, but I swallow it back. It's not my place anymore, yet the weight remains, unspoken and unshed. As the crowd of the wrap party starts to thin, Adrian finds me, his expression mixed with joy from the night's success and the solemnity of our unspoken words. "You did a great job," I managed to say, my voice barely above a whisper. "Thanks, Lacey. It means a lot coming from you." He pauses, searching my face for something I'm not ready to give. "I've been meaning to ask you." "Not here, Adrian." "Please," I interrupt, the plea soft but firm. He nods, respecting my boundaries yet again. "Of course, maybe another time." I watch him walk away, his shoulders squared against the weight of unfinished business. The pull to chase after him is strong, but I plant my feet firmly on the ground, reminding myself of the need for distance. In the quieter moments that follow, when the night wraps the world in its silence, I allow myself to reminisce over our time together. Each memory surfaces, bright and vivid, a laughter-filled picnic by the lake, slow kisses in the inn, that quiet morning in bed, with the sunlight peeking through the curtains. Each a treasure, locked away within the confines of my heart, cherished yet painful in their sweetness. Lying in bed, I clutched the scarf, the wool soft and somehow reassuring. Adrian's words echo in my mind, a mantra of persistence and hope. My heart aches with a longing that I can't quite stifle, a longing for something as beautiful and fleeting as the moments we shared. As dawn breaks, the first light of morning casts a glow on the scarf, the stitches holding tight, much like my resolve. Adrian's departure looms on the horizon, a bittersweet chapter nearing its end. I'm torn between the comfort of the past and the uncertainty of the future, each day a step towards acceptance of our separate paths. Yet as I watch the sun rise, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, I feel a quiet strength building within me. It's the strength to face whatever comes, to cherish the memories but not be bound by them, to embrace the pain and the beauty of letting go. The day is new, ripe with possibility, and I am here, present and breathing, ready for whatever lies ahead. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 22. Lacey. I stare at the front door, my heart pounding in my chest like a trapped bird. The last thing I need is a confrontation with the fans who have been camped outside my house for days. But they're not going to give up that easily. Taking a deep breath, I slide my key into the lock and push the door open. The cool night air hits me like a slap in the face, waking me up from the days of exhaustion. I step onto the porch, hoping to make a break for it before they spot me. But it's too late. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd, and they surge forward, their faces twisted into a mix of desperation and madness. They shove against me, their hands grabbing at my clothes, their voices a cacophony of screams and pleas. "Lacey, please just talk to us," one girl shouts above the din. "We just want to know what's going on between you and Adrian," another one yells. Their words are lost on me, my mind reeling from the onslaught. I panic and try to run. Too late, I realize my mistake when a car swings to make a broad right-hand turn and crosses my escape route directly. I feel my legs get taken out from under me with the sudden jarring impact. Then I hit the hard asphalt before I've even fully processed what's happened. As my consciousness slips away, I can't help but wonder how I ended up here, alone, hurting, and surrounded by people who claim to love me. I wake up to the sound of beeping machines and the soft buzz of conversations. My head feels fuzzy, like I've been hit with a sledgehammer. Slowly, I open my eyes, squinting against the bright hospital lights. The room is white, sterile, and cold. It's a stark contrast to the vibrant life I know. I turn my head towards the sound of footsteps and see Adrian, his face etched with concern. He looks like he hasn't slept in days. Guilt swells within me, remembering the events that led to this moment. Has he been worried about me? Has he been taking care of himself? I want to rush to him, but my body doesn't let me. Thankfully, he erases the distance between us first. "Hey, you're awake," he says, his voice breaking. He takes a seat by my bedside, his eyes never leaving my face. "How are you feeling?" I try to respond, but my voice is raspy and weak. He reaches for a glass of water on the table and helps me sit up, holding the straw to my lips. I take a sip, feeling the cool liquid slide down my throat. "Thanks," I croak. "I'm okay, I guess." He shakes his head, his expression unreadable. "You shouldn't be here," he says, his voice thick with emotion. "That was never supposed to happen." I draw a deep breath, feeling the slight pull of the IV in my arm, a minor discomfort compared to the swirling mess of emotions inside me. "What are you saying, Adrian?" There's a long pause before he speaks again. "Lacey, I need you to know that I would have been there for you." His voice cracks, and he clears his throat. "I would have protected you with everything I had. All of this madness, it's not what I ever wanted for you." I watch as Adrian's face crumples, his eyes filled with remorse. He looks like a broken man, and my heart aches for him. "I don't know how I can ever forgive myself for this," he says, his voice barely above a whisper. I take a deep breath, my lungs protesting against the effort. "You can start by telling me how you plan to make things right," I say, my voice raw from the pain. He leans close, his eyes searching mine for understanding. "I'll do anything," he says, his voice thick with emotion. "I'll step back from the limelight, sacrifice my career if it means your safety. If it means you can have peace, I'll do it without a second thought. I can't bear the thought of anything happening to you, and I promise I'll communicate with you honestly. No more buying land behind your back, even if I think it's helping." The gravity of his declaration pins me to the spot. His words hit me like a punch to the gut. I knew he cared for me, but I never expected him to be willing to give up everything for my sake. I've seen Adrian working, the way the spotlight seems to find him, as if it knows he belongs nowhere else but bathed in its glow. To walk away from that. For me. Why, Adrian? Why would you give up everything? I say, my throat feeling tight. That's a big sacrifice. He nods solemnly. I know, but none of it means anything if you're not safe. If you're not happy. Stepping back will be worth it, he says, reaching for my hand. But to quit completely, I choke out the words, each one heavier than the last. That's your career, your whole life. Adrian pulls back, respecting the space I've put between us. I know, Lacey, but you don't want that. From the start, you told me how important your life was to you, how happy you were. You didn't want to be part of this craziness and fame. From now on, I choose your life instead. I look away for a moment, focusing on a spot on the sheet, trying to process the magnitude of his sacrifice. I can't help but feel a sense of awe and admiration for Adrian. His words echo in my mind as he speaks about stepping back from the limelight, about sacrificing his career if it means my safety. Adrian, you don't have to do this. At least not entirely. We can work on a compromise, I say in a whisper, feeling a sense of gratitude and love for him. He shakes his head. None of this matters to me if it means I can't be by your side. I don't want a life without you. The silence is palpable, heavy with emotion. It stands in stark contrast to the usual bustle of the hospital ward. But at this moment, I couldn't care less. All that matters is the man sitting beside me. A tear traces its way down my cheek as I look into his eyes. His love for me, his unwavering commitment to my well-being is clear. I know that I couldn't ask for a better friend or possibly lover.
Chapter 23. Adrian. I stand there, frozen, as the dim hum of the hospital machinery fills the silence between us. It's a cruel contrast to the storm raging inside me. Watching the tears streak down Lacey's cheeks, each one a silent testament to the pain and chaos my life has thrust upon her, I feel a raw ache in my chest. It's like a cord strung too tight, ready to snap under the strain of my decisions. I want to reach out, to wipe away her tears, to pull her into my arms and shield her from everything. But as my hand hovers over hers, uncertainty clenches my heart. After everything that's happened, I'm not even sure if my touch is still welcome. Lacey, I start, my voice rough with emotion. I never wanted any of this for you. She looks up, her eyes glassy, reflecting the stark fluorescent lights above. I know, Adrian. It's just all so much. To think you'd give up everything for me. Her voice trails off, but the unspoken words hang heavy in the air between us. Taking a deep breath, I find the courage to let my fingers lightly brush against hers. The contact, though minimal, sends a jolt through me, grounding me, reminding me of why I'm making these choices. I'd give up 1,000 careers just to see you smile, Lacey, to keep you safe. She squeezes my hand, a small gesture, but it's enough. Enough to know I still have a place by her side. Just then the door creaks open, and Dr. Simmons enters, his presence a brief distraction from our emotional turmoil. He's been Lacey's doctor since we arrived, a steady hand in the whirlwind our lives have become. How are we doing tonight? Dr. Simmons asks, offering a warm, albeit professional smile as he checks the monitors. We're managing, Doc, I reply, trying to muster a semblance of normalcy. Dr. Simmons nods, jotting down some notes on his clipboard. The physical wounds are healing well, Lacey. Just make sure to give yourself time for the other wounds, the ones not so visible. His gaze flicks to me, an unspoken understanding passing between us. Thank you, Doctor, Lacey says, her voice steadier now. With a final nod, Dr. Simmons leaves, the click of the door signaling the return to our cocoon of privacy. Adrian, do you really want to give it up, though? Do you enjoy it? Do you ever regret it being in the spotlight? Lacey's question slices through the quiet, catching me off guard. Regret is a luxury I don't often allow myself, but her question digs deep. Sometimes, I confess, my gaze fixed on our intertwined hands. When it brings you pain, yeah, it's hard not to. She leans forward, her forehead resting briefly against my arm. I just wish I could share the weight with you, not just be the reason you bear it. That's just it, Lacey. You do share it, more than you know. Your strength, your love, it's what keeps me going. The words pour out, simple and true. And I don't want to lose you. You've taught me that there's so much more to life than just spotlights and cameras and paparazzi. You taught me how to enjoy life again. We fall into silence, the kind that speaks volumes. I watch her, memorizing the way the light plays across her face, the way her eyes close gently, bracing against the world. It's moments like these I fear losing the most. Not the cheering crowds or the bright lights. Her next words are barely above a whisper, yet they cut through the sterile hospital air with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. Sometimes I feel so alone in all this, Adrian. Even with you right here, the weight of your world, it's like a barrier between us. Her words hang in the air, a poignant echo in the hospital room. It's a truth I've often pushed to the corners of my mind, preferring the shadows to the glaring light of reality. The loneliness isn't just a byproduct of fame. It's a constant companion, a shadow that stretches even longer when you stand in the spotlight. I never wanted this for us, I say, the words thick in my throat, for you to feel alone when I'm right here. Lacey's eyes meet mine, and in them, I see a sea of emotions. Pain, love, resilience. I know, Adrian, but love isn't about never feeling alone. It's about knowing someone's there to come back to, even after the loneliest days. Her words are a balm, soothing the raw edges of my guilt. I reach out, brushing a stray lock of hair back from her face. Her skin is warm under my touch, a stark contrast to the cool, impersonal hospital air. Do you really believe that? I ask, needing to hear more, to understand her heart as much as she's always understood mine. With all my heart, she replies, her voice firm despite the softness of her expression. Encouraged, I close the small space between us, pulling my chair closer to her bed. I take her hand again, this time with confidence, feeling the strength that flows from her, invigorating and real. Lacey, I want to make you a promise. I start, my gaze locked with hers. A promise that no matter what, I'll fight to make this work. She smiles, and it's like the first break in clouds after a relentless storm. I'll hold you to that, Adrian Bailey, and I'll be right here fighting alongside you. It's more than words. It's a testament to our journey, to every hurdle we've cleared and every obstacle we still have to face. I lean in, my heart pounding with a mixture of nerves and something more exhilarating, hope. As my lips meet hers, the world falls away. It's not a kiss born of desperation, but one of promises and forgiveness. It speaks of future days and nights spent wrapped in each other's arms, of laughter echoing through the halls of a home filled with love, not the haunting echoes of solitude. The kiss deepens, and I pour every ounce of my hopes and dreams into it. I kiss her with the promise of better days, of a spotlight that warms rather than exposes, of a fame shared and softened by love. We have a lot to face, I whisper against her lips, barely pulling away, the air shared in a breathless space between us. And we'll face it together, Lacey whispers back, her breath mingling with mine, a tangible sign of her promise. As we pull back slightly, the room seems different, as if our shared vow has already started to reshape the world around us. It's a small bubble of peace, a gentle defiance against the outside chaos. Just then, a nurse peeks in, a gentle reminder of the world waiting beyond these walls. Everything all right here? She asks with a smile that tells us she knows. Maybe not the specifics, but the essence of what's happening between us. Better than all right, I respond, squeezing Lacey's hand, grateful for the interruption that feels more like a blessing, a nod to normalcy. The nurse nods, her eyes crinkling in a knowing smile. Let me know if you need anything. She leaves as quietly as she entered, closing the door with a soft click that feels like the punctuation at the end of a particularly poignant sentence. Lacey and I turn back to each other, a silent agreement passing between us. We don't need words now. Our hearts speak loud enough. The challenges ahead loom large, but so does our resolve. We're armed with love, a force both gentle and invincible. And as we kiss again, a silent vow forms between us, not spoken, but deeply felt, a commitment to face whatever comes our way, united not just by the challenges, but by the strength of our love. It's a vow that binds us more securely than any spotlight could ever hope to illuminate. Chapter 24, Adrian. 2 weeks later. The studio's bright lights are a stark contrast to the darkness outside, but it's nothing compared to the weight settling over my shoulders as I sit before the cameras. The chair feels harder than usual, the studio colder, even as I try to project calm. I know what I'm about to do will change everything. I can't help but wonder if the brightness around me is meant to expose every secret, every hidden truth. I take a deep breath, feeling the air fill my lungs, steadying the tremor that threatens to shake my voice. As the red light on the camera blinks to life, signaling the start of the live broadcast, I force a smile that I hope looks more genuine than it feels. Welcome back, Adrian. Always a pleasure to have you with us. The host, Jenna, beams across the table, her voice warm and familiar. Her presence is a small comfort in the vast sea of the unknown that awaits. Thanks, Jenna. It's great to be here, I reply, managing to keep my voice steady. I've done countless interviews before, but none felt as monumental as this one. So, Adrian, Jenna starts, leaning in slightly. You've had an incredible journey this year. What's been a highlight for you? The question is a softball, one I could answer in my sleep. Yet tonight it feels like a prelude to something more. You know, Jenna, every moment on stage is a highlight. But lately I've been finding real joy in the quieter moments. The times off stage where life happens. Jenna's smile falters slightly, sensing the shift in my demeanor, the gravity of what's yet to come. And that was beautifully said, Adrian. But I sense there's more you want to discuss tonight. What else is on your mind? I nod, the weight of my next words pressing down on me. There is, Jenna, and it's probably going to come as a surprise to many. I pause, collecting my thoughts, the studio's silence echoing my internal hesitation. I've made a decision to step back from my acting career. The words hang between us, heavy and irrevocable. Jenna's eyebrows lift, a mirror to the likely shock of viewers at home. That's quite a bombshell, Adrian. Can you share what led to this decision? It's something I've been contemplating for a while. I begin, my hands clasped tightly together to still their trembling. This industry has given me a lot, more than I could ever have asked for. But it's also demanding, and it takes a toll not just on me, but on the people I love. I lean forward slightly, driven by the need to make them understand. Being in the spotlight, it's like living in a glass house. Every move, every decision is scrutinized. I want a life where my relationships, my time with Lacey, aren't fodder for public consumption. I want to protect that, to cherish it. Jenna nods slowly, her professional facade giving way to a more genuine, empathetic expression. That's a powerful reason, Adrian. It must have been a tough decision. It was, Jenna, probably one of the toughest I've ever made, I admit, feeling a strange mix of relief and apprehension. But I believe it's the right one. For me, for Lacey, for our future. Will you miss it? Jenna's voice is soft, almost reflective, as if she's inviting me to confess something deeply personal. I let out a small laugh, more out of nervousness than amusement. Every day, I say honestly, I'll miss the thrill of a new role, the camaraderie on set, the pulse of creativity. But I'm looking forward to discovering new passions, new thrills. The conversation shifts as Jenna asks about my future plans, but my mind is partially elsewhere, wondering how this news is being received in living rooms and on social media feeds across the globe. As the interview wraps up, Jenna's final question brings a more personal note. Lacey isn't here tonight. Was that a mutual decision? I nod, appreciating the chance to address her absence. Yes, it was, I confirm, my voice laden with respect. Lacey has always supported me, stood by me, but she values her privacy. We decided together that it would be best for her to watch this from home, away from the cameras and the inevitable scrutiny. It sounds like you both have a deep understanding of each other's needs, Jenna observes, giving me a respectful nod. That we do, I agree, feeling a surge of pride for the strength and wisdom of the woman I love. And that's what makes us work. We respect each other's space and choices. As the cameras finally cut, the studio lights dimming and the bustle of the crew sweeping in to prepare for the next segment, I feel a profound sense of closure. I've turned a page on one chapter of my life, ready to start writing the next with Lacey by my side, even if tonight she's only with me in spirit. The studio slowly quiets as Jenna prepares for the final segment of our interview. She leans in, her demeanor indicating she's ready to delve into more personal territory. Adrian, before we conclude, I think it's important to touch on something you've hinted at throughout our discussion: the impact of public scrutiny on personal lives, specifically yours and Lacey's. Would you like to address that? I nod, my heart tightening at the thought of the unwanted attention Lacey has endured because of our relationship. Yes, Jenna, I would. I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees, my hands clasped together. First off, I want to say how incredibly grateful I am for the support from my fans. It's been overwhelming and humbling. But with that spotlight comes a shadow, particularly for someone like Lacey who values her privacy. Jenna's expression is one of understanding, encouraging me to continue. Lacey has been my rock, but she didn't sign up for the constant public scrutiny or for her every move to be analyzed. She's a private person, and I deeply respect that about her. The camera focuses closer, capturing the earnestness in my expression. So, this is me asking, pleading really, with everyone out there. Please respect her privacy. Respect our life together. We're just two people in love, trying to make a life together amidst all this chaos. Jenna nods solemnly, her voice gentle. It sounds like you're asking for a chance to live your life without the extra noise. That's exactly it. I confirm, feeling a weight lift as I voice the plea. Everyone deserves that chance, right? We're no different. As the interview moves toward its conclusion, Jenna shifts the topic slightly, though it's clear the theme of privacy remains central. Adrian, with your stepping back from acting, do you think this will help reduce the scrutiny you two face? I consider her question, aware of the complexities involved. I hope so. I believe taking a step back will at least reduce the intensity of the public gaze. We're looking forward to simpler joys. Quiet evenings at home, walks in the park, and maybe even a little gardening. Lacey loves gardening. Jenna laughs lightly, a sound that eases the tension slightly. That sounds wonderful, Adrian. A peaceful, normal life. It's all we want, I agree, allowing a small smile to cross my lips as I imagine those quiet, undisturbed moments with Lacey. Already I can see us enjoying coffee together at the local shops. I see us walking hand in hand down the street together without worrying about the paparazzi or crazed fans. I see myself kissing her gently before we go home together. I want all of that. So badly. As we wrap up, Jenna's final question brings us back to the heart of the matter. Any last thoughts you'd like to share with your fans and our viewers tonight? I straighten, my gaze steady on the camera, knowing my final words need to resonate. Just this. Thank you for all the love and support you've given me over the years. It's been an incredible journey, one I've been privileged to share with you. As I start this new chapter of my life, I ask for your understanding and respect. Remember, at the end of the day, Lacey and I are just two people in love, We're innocent in all this and just trying to find our happiness. The studio falls silent for a moment, the weight of my words hanging in the air. Jenna finally breaks the silence, her tone warm yet respectful. Thank you for being so open and honest with us tonight. It's clear you speak from the heart, and I believe your message will resonate with many. Thank you, Jenna, I reply, feeling a sense of relief. The lights dim as the cameras cease rolling, signaling the end of the broadcast. As I rise from my seat, the studio fading around me, I feel a profound sense of having crossed a threshold. There's no going back, only forward, toward a life where love is the cornerstone, and every moment with Lacey is a treasure. With a hopeful heart, I step away from the glare of the studio lights, eager to return to the simple, beautiful life awaiting me. A life filled with quiet love and shared privacy.
Chapter 25. Lacey. As I sit in the back row of the grand ballroom, the air thick with anticipation and the soft murmur of the crowd, I can't help but feel like I've stumbled into a scene from one of Adrian's blockbuster movies. The shimmering chandeliers cast a soft glow, making the crystals on my dress catch the light and sparkle like tiny stars. My heart pounds in my chest, a chaotic symphony, as I wait for the moment that might change everything. Beside me, Elise, ever the vigilant manager, leans closer, her voice a soothing whisper. Remember, Lacey, breathe. It's just another glamorous night for us, but it's a big moment for Adrian. I nod, trying to steady my breath. I know, it feels surreal. Like any minute now, I'll wake up back in Manchester, grading papers. She chuckles, patting my hand reassuringly. Well, darling, tonight you're far from school. Enjoy it. The presenter's voice suddenly fills the room, snapping everyone to attention. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for, the Best Actor Award. I feel my hands clenched into fists under the table. This is it. This is Adrian's moment. My gaze flits across the room, catching the eyes of Adrian's assistant, Tom, who gives me a quick, confident nod. Even from here, I can see the tension in his posture. As the nominees' names are read, I can hardly hear them over the ringing in my ears. Then, like a beacon cutting through fog, Adrian's name slices into my consciousness. The room bursts into applause, and I find myself standing without even realizing it. Adrian, ever the professional, rises from his seat with the grace that has always characterized him on screen. His piercing eyes scan the crowd, and when they meet mine, he smiles that megawatt smile that melts hearts worldwide. Go get him, I mouth to him, my voice lost in the applause. He winks, a private gesture amidst the public spectacle, then turns and strides toward the stage. His movements are smooth and practiced, the walk of a man who has traversed countless red carpets and stage platforms. Yet there's a slight tension in his shoulders that I recognize, the weight of expectations, perhaps. The presenter hands Adrian the award, a sleek statuette that gleams under the stage lights. Congratulations, Adrian Bailey, for an outstanding performance. Adrian stands on the platform, the spotlight illuminating him against the backdrop of applause. He holds the award with a steady grip, his voice carrying over the crowd with an ease born of years in the spotlight. He takes the microphone, his voice steady but filled with emotion. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is incredible. I can hear the catch in his voice, the slight deviation from his usual polished speeches. He's about to diverge from the expected, from the scripted thanks and acknowledgments. Ladies and gentlemen, Adrian continues, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. Tonight is not just a celebration of my work, but of all the stories we tell, the lives we touch, and the hearts we move. I owe a great deal to my incredible team. He pauses, nodding towards Elise and Tom, who are beaming with pride. To Elise, who has been my anchor in the stormy seas of this industry, and to Tom, whose dedication and hard work never go unnoticed. The crowd murmurs appreciatively, but Adrian's gaze shifts, scanning the sea of faces until his eyes lock with mine. It's a look that transcends the physical distance between us, intense and full of unspoken promises. Adrian's speech takes on a more personal tone. In this journey, there are moments that define you, moments that show you who you are and who you can be. Tonight is one of those moments for me. His voice deepens, sincerity threading through his words like gold. There's someone here tonight who has been my light in the darkest of times. Someone who taught me that the heart's capacity for love is boundless. The room falls into a hushed anticipation, hanging on to Adrian's every word. I feel every eye in the room shift slightly. Curiosity piqued as they begin to sense the shift in his usual rhetoric. But before I reveal my heart, Adrian's eyes twinkle with a mischievous glint. Let me tell you about a small town called Manchester, a place that most of you probably haven't heard of. He chuckles lightly, and I can't help but smile. Manchester, our little haven, where this all began. There in Manchester, Adrian's voice grows warmer, is a school, and in that school works a teacher, a woman of such grace and kindness. She transforms lives daily with her dedication and her incredible voice. Murmurs ripple through the crowd, a wave of realization passing as they connect the dots back to me. And tonight, Adrian says, shifting the award in his hand as though its weight has grown, I want to honor her, because more than just being an extraordinary teacher and a talented singer, she is the woman I love. Gasps and whispers fill the air, the audience caught up in the unfolding drama, the story of us. I feel my face warm with a mix of embarrassment and joy as all eyes find me, the woman behind the man of the hour. Lacey Veron, Adrian calls out, his voice reaching across the distance, wrapping around me in a warm embrace. You've captured my heart with your courage, your love, and your unwavering support. You are my inspiration, my hope, and my future. I'm on my feet now, trembling, not from fear but from the overwhelming rush of emotion. Around me, everyone is standing, clapping, some even cheering. Elise is hugging me, her eyes misty. Go to him, she urges softly. My eyes swell up with tears and my hands tremble violently. He's the man of my dreams, the man whom I've grown to love so much. We once tried to hide our feelings for each other, but now Adrian is declaring them for the whole world to see. And I couldn't be more proud to be his. With legs that feel like they might give out at any moment, I start making my way towards the stage. Each step feels surreal, like I'm floating through a dream I never want to wake from. As I reach the stage, Adrian steps down to meet me, taking my hands in his. The applause around us fades into a distant echo as he looks into my eyes, his own shining with unshed tears. Lacey, in front of the world, I want to ask you. He pauses, his voice thick with emotion, taking a deep breath as he holds the award in one hand and my hands in the other. Will you marry me? The room holds its breath, waiting for my answer, the future of our story hanging in the balance. The air seems to stop moving, and all I can hear is the steady thump of my heart, loud and insistent in my ears. Adrian's eyes search mine, earnest and hopeful. The ballroom, filled with Hollywood's finest, fades into a blur around us. It's just Adrian and me, in our own little world. Yes, I manage to whisper, the word barely audible even to my own ears. Adrian's face breaks into that wide, heart-stopping smile, the one that has charmed millions on the silver screen. What was that? He teases gently, his voice a soft rumble, audible only to me despite the microphone still clutched in his other hand. Louder now, because this moment isn't just for us, but for everyone who's a part of our journey. Yes, Adrian, yes, I'll marry you. The ballroom erupts into a crescendo of applause and cheers. Adrian pulls me into his arms, lifting me slightly off the ground. The world spins and I laugh, overwhelmed by joy and the surrealness of the moment. "You said yes," he whispers against my hair, his relief palpable. "I did," I reply, pulling back just enough to see the joy painted across his face. "And why wouldn't I? You're the best decision I ever made." The crowd's noise dims as Adrian takes my hand and leads me back to the microphone. "Folks," he begins, his voice strong yet tinged with emotion. "Tonight is full of surprises, not just for you, but for me as well. Lacey here." He squeezes my hand. "She once told me I had a knack for directing, said I was a natural leader, a storyteller at heart." A murmur of interest sweeps through the audience. I squeeze his hand back, proud and a little awed by his courage. "So I'm taking a new turn. I'm stepping behind the camera to direct my first feature film." Adrian's announcement sends a ripple of excited whispers through the crowd. Cameras flash, capturing every moment of this new chapter in his career. Tom, standing off to the side, gives us a thumbs up, his smile wide. Elise, ever the supportive manager, nods enthusiastically, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. "You're going to be an amazing director," I whisper to him. As the applause dies down and we start to walk off the stage. "And you," he replies, his gaze tender, "will be my inspiration, every step of the way." As we retreat into the quieter wings of the stage, Elise meets us, her expression one of maternal pride. "I told you he had it in him," she says, hugging us both. "And Lacey, watching you support him, it's clear you two are meant to be." "Thanks, Elise. We're both stepping into new roles, aren't we?" I respond, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness at the thought. "Yes, and I'll be here, every step of the way," she reassures us, her presence a constant comfort. Behind the curtains, away from the public eye, Adrian and I share a quiet moment. "It's going to be an adventure," he says, his hand tracing the line of my jaw. "An adventure with you is exactly what I want," I assure him, my heart swelling with the promise of shared dreams and a future crafted together. As we step out, heading towards the after party, I realize that this evening has changed our lives forever, not just because of the engagement or the shift in Adrian's career, but because we've openly pledged to prioritize our life together over everything else. It's a commitment made not just before our friends and the public, but to each other, deeply and sincerely. The cameras might capture our smiles tonight, but our hearts are reserved for the quiet, unseen moments we cherish most.
Chapter 26. Adrian. Lacey and I sit wrapped around each other in the private pool of our hotel suite, in our own little celebration after the awards ceremony. I can't stop trailing my hands along her exposed skin, causing goosebumps to spread down her arms. I slide my hand to the back of her head and pull her closer to me. She captures my bottom lip between her teeth, sucking gently before releasing it with a pop.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 27. Lacey. The soft rustle of my dress blends seamlessly with the gentle hum of the garden around me. Each step I take is cushioned by the lush grass, the sun peeking through the leaves overhead, casting playful shadows on the path before me. It's a perfect day, warm with a slight breeze, the air filled with the sweet scent of blooming roses, and the distant sound of a string quartet tuning their instruments. I pause for a moment at the entrance of the aisle, letting the tranquility of our chosen venue wash over me. We decided on Adrian's childhood home for the ceremony, a sprawling estate in the countryside, with a garden that looks like it sprung straight from the pages of a fairy tale. It's everything I ever wanted for a wedding. What's more is that I have the love of my life waiting for me. When everything is said and done, I'll be his wife. I think back on everything I've done, all I've accomplished, and I don't believe I've ever felt more fulfilled before. Lacey, you look absolutely stunning, Elise murmurs from behind me, her voice thick with emotion. I turn to smile at her, feeling a flutter of nerves. Thank you, Elise. I feel like I'm floating. She adjusts a stray curl behind my ear, her hands gentle. He's going to lose his breath when he sees you. Taking a deep breath, I nod to the coordinator, signaling I'm ready. The music shifts, a soft, melodious tune floating through the air, signaling the start of my walk. My heart beats a tad faster, excitement coursing through my veins. As I walk down the aisle, the soft crunch of gravel underfoot syncs with the steady rhythm of my heartbeat. The garden around us bursts with the vibrant colors of late spring, peonies and roses in full bloom, their petals fluttering slightly in the gentle breeze. The small gathering of our closest friends and family stands, their faces a canvas of emotions reflecting the gravity and joy of this moment. My eyes, bright with unshed tears, scan the familiar faces. I catch glimpses of smiles, a few discreetly wiped tears, and nods of encouragement. It's these small, silent affirmations of love and support that bolster my courage, reminding me how blessed Adrian and I are to have such a circle. Ahead, at the end of the aisle, stands Pastor Eddie. His recovery over the past few months has been nothing short of miraculous, turning him into a symbol of resilience and hope, not just for me, but for everyone here. Today, his smile is wide, his eyes twinkling with pride as he prepares to unite Adrian and me in marriage. Seeing him so vibrant and healthy, ready to bless our union, fills me with a profound sense of gratitude. We had all been so worried during his illness, his absence at church palpable. Now, seeing him stand strong, I'm reminded of the power of faith and community. As I draw closer, Pastor Eddie leans slightly towards me, his voice a soft whisper meant only for my ears. Lacey, you're a vision of joy, my dear. Adrian's a lucky man. I chuckle softly, the sound mingling with the rustling leaves above. I'm the lucky one, Pastor Eddie. Thank you for being here, for everything. He nods, his eyes gleaming with unspoken stories and blessings. The music lowers to a soft hum, and the guests take their seats, their movements a quiet rustle. Now at the front, I finally see Adrian. He stands before Pastor Eddie, his posture relaxed yet filled with an undeniable reverence for the moment he's in. His suit, perfectly tailored, complements the soft natural backdrop with its deep, earthy tones. But it's his expression that catches and holds my attention, a mixture of awe, joy, and an unspoken promise. Our eyes lock, and the world seems to pause, just Adrian and me, promising each other forever without speaking a word. His smile widens, and there's a sparkle in his eye that tells me he's about to let his emotions overflow. Wow, Lace, he says as I finally reach him, his voice barely above a whisper, yet clear in the quiet of the garden. You look incredible. And you look handsome, I reply, my voice steady despite the butterflies dancing in my stomach. Ready to do this? Been ready since the day I met you, Adrian responds, his hand reaching out to take mine, his touch grounding and familiar. Pastor Eddie clears his throat, a gentle reminder of his presence in the ceremony about to unfold. We are gathered here today in this beautiful setting, not just to witness, but to celebrate the union of Lacey and Adrian. Today, they choose to affirm their love through the sacred bond of marriage. The ceremony proceeds with a gentle, unhurried pace. Pastor Eddie speaks of love and partnership, his words weaving a tapestry of wisdom and blessing that envelops us warmly. As he speaks of commitment, every word seems to bless our future together. The air is filled with the sweet scent of jasmine, enhancing the sanctity of the moment. Adrian goes first, his voice steady but filled with emotion. I step forward, trembling as I take his hand. Lacey, you are my compass star, guiding me through every darkness. With you, I am home. I vow to support your dreams, to fight for us, to cherish, honor, and to love you more each day. Through every high and low, for all the days of my life, he says, slipping the ring onto my finger. Tears brim in my eyes, and I take my turn. Adrian, in you, I found my true north. I promise to be your best friend, confidant, and partner in all things. To laugh with you, face challenges with you, cherish our moments together, and love you completely for all my days. I respond with promise, slipping the gold band to his finger, my own voice echoing my heart's truest intentions. Pastor Eddie smiles warmly, nodding for us to seal our vows. Our kiss is a soft crescendo of all the silent promises we've made, and as we part, the applause from our guests feels like a warm embrace. Hand in hand, we turn to face the world as a married couple, our hearts joined by more than just the rings we now wear. Adrian, my husband, still holds my hand tightly, his expression a vivid portrayal of reverence and joy. And I, stepping forward into our future together, feel nothing but boundless love and anticipation for all the days to come. The celebration shifts seamlessly into a casual reception, the garden twinkling with fairy lights. Laughter and music fill the air, creating a perfect backdrop as we mingle with guests. Elise pulls us aside for a photo. "Oh, look at you two, just glowing," she laughs. "Now make sure you keep looking at each other like that, okay?" Tom clinks his glass, drawing the crowd's attention for a toast. To Adrian and Lacey, whose love has taught us all a bit more about patience, strength, and the incredible power of a good story. He winks, and the crowd laughs. May your life together be as joyful and as full of love as today. As the evening winds down, the stars peek through the soft velvet of the night sky. Adrian and I find a quiet corner, his arm around my shoulders. "Mrs. Bailey, how does the evening find you?" he teases, a twinkle in his eye. "Overwhelmed in the best way," I admit, leaning into him. "Can you believe we did it? We're actually married." "I always knew we would," he replies, his confidence wrapping around me like a warm blanket. "You and me, we're unstoppable." We stand together, the noise of the party a gentle hum behind us. The challenges we've faced seem smaller from here, our future stretching out, bright and inviting. The night closes gently around us, the laughter fading as the last guests make their leave. The candles flicker softly, casting dancing shadows around us. "This," I say, gesturing around at the transformed garden, "was perfect." It was, Adrian agrees. But the best part is, it's just the beginning.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 28. Lacey. Adrian leads me to the room, insisting I keep my eyes closed. He presses me against the wall, kissing me with an energy that sets the tone for the rest of the night. His breath is heavy and warm against me as I hear the door open. He walks me slowly into the room, pulling me to where my back is against his chest and wrapping his arms around my waist. "Open your eyes," he whispers in my ear. I gasp as the room comes into focus. Candles adorn every surface, and there are rose petals strewn across the white rug and the bedspread. He spins me into his arms, and his smile makes my heart race as I lean up on my toes to kiss him. He pulls me to him, his hand flat against my lower back, pressing my core firmly against his body. His other hand is at the base of my neck, his fingers splayed in my hair, pulling me to him as the kiss deepens. I feel the rumbling groan in his chest as he begins walking us backward until my knees hit the bed. He spins me around and my dress loosens as he undoes the zipper. It slides down my body and pulls at my feet, leaving me standing in a white lace thong and matching strapless bra. He undoes the bra next and turns me around once more, picking me up and sitting me on the bed. I reach out, undoing the button on his pants as he begins taking off his shirt. With practiced ease, Adrian unbuttons his crisp white shirt, each undone button revealing more of the firm contours of his body. He peels off the shirt, revealing hard sinews and toned muscles that are sculpted like an Adonis. The shirt joins my dress on the floor in a crumpled heap, symbolizing our discarded inhibitions as it barely brushes against the plush rug. His chest heaves under my touch, a raw energy pulsating through him that's as tangible as our shared desire. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 29. Adrian. As the plane descends, the majestic Swiss Alps pierce through a blanket of clouds, each peak capped with pristine snow like dollops of whipped cream. Lacey presses her face against the window, her eyes lighting up with the wonder of a child on Christmas morning. I can't help but grin, watching her excitement, feeling it bubble up in my own chest. "Look, Adrian! It's just like those postcards!" she exclaims, pointing towards the rugged horizon. My heart swells with happiness to see the joy in her eyes and the excitement in her voice. This is what I live for, to make her happy. And we're going to be right in the middle of that postcard before you know it, I reply, squeezing her hand gently. We land in Zurich, and the cold air greets us with a brisk hug. It's refreshing and invigorating. We pick up our rental car and head straight to our first destination, a cozy cabin in Grindelwald. The drive is scenic, winding through lush valleys and quaint villages, each view more picturesque than the last. The cabin is a charming spot right at the foot of the mountains, surrounded by pines that wear their age proudly. Inside, it's warm and welcoming, with a roaring fire waiting to be lit in the stone fireplace. "Shall we explore the village tomorrow?" I ask, unpacking our bags. Lacey nods, her eyes already heavy with sleep. "Yes, but first, let's just enjoy being here, together." The days that follow are a blur of laughter, love, and adventure. We hike trails that challenge our lungs and reward us with views that steal our breath away. We rent bicycles and pedal through sleepy towns, stopping for coffee and freshly baked pastries. We talk, we dream, we plan, we live. One afternoon, we take a cable car to the Schilthorn, where the panorama deck offers a 360-degree view of the surrounding peaks. We stand there, hand in hand, in awe of the vast beauty around us. "Could you imagine waking up to this every day?" Lacey muses. "I'd rather wake up to you," I reply, and she laughs, that lovely melodious sound that I've come to cherish more than any music. The next week, we spent it in Zermatt, where it greets us with a blanket of pristine snow and the imposing beauty of the Matterhorn. It's picturesque, almost painfully so. Lacey insists on capturing the moment with her camera, her cheeks rosy from the chill. "Come here. You've got to see this through the lens," she calls over to me, patting the space beside her on the bench. I slide next to her, peering into the camera. The frame is perfect, the mountain's reflection crisp in the clear blue of her eyes. "It's beautiful," I say, but I'm not looking at the view in the camera anymore. She smiles, a knowing, warm smile, and then stands, tugging at my hand. "Let's go race down the slopes." And we do. We spend the morning skiing, the cold air invigorating, our laughter ringing across the snow. We race, we tumble, and we throw snow at each other, reveling in the freedom of it all. After, we retreat to a small cafe, our bodies tired but spirits high, warming ourselves with hot chocolate topped with an indecent amount of whipped cream. "So, Mr. Bailey, how does it feel to be beaten by your wife on the slopes?" Lacey teases, her eyes gleaming mischievously. I feign a wounded pride, clutching my chest. "Oh, it wounds me deeply, but I suppose I'll let it slide since it's our honeymoon and all." She laughs, her head thrown back, and the sound is sweeter than the music, playing softly in the background. We went to rest in a quiet little cafe with a view of the Matterhorn. We sit outside, bundled in our coats, sipping steaming cups of coffee as the first lights of dawn paint the peak in rosy hues. "Adrian, these 2 weeks have been incredible," Lacey says, her words floating between us like the steam rising from our cups. "I know," I reply, feeling a pang of nostalgia already. Feels like we've packed a lifetime into every day. She smiles, then becomes unusually quiet, her gaze fixed on the swirling patterns in her coffee. Finally, she looks up at me, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotion. "Adrian, I have something to tell you," she begins, her voice a mix of excitement and nerves. My heart starts to race. "What's up, love?" She takes a deep breath, her hands trembling slightly as she places them in mine. "I'm pregnant. We're going to have a baby." The world stops. Just for a moment, there's nothing but the sound of my heartbeat in my ears. Then, joy, pure, unadulterated joy washes over me. I leap up, pulling her into my arms, spinning her around as she laughs, the sound brighter than the morning sun. "Oh my God, Lacey, really?" I exclaim, setting her down but keeping her close. "Really," she says, nodding, her face radiant. "I just found out yesterday. I wanted to tell you in a special way. This is the best news," I managed to say, my voice choked with emotion. "I love you so much." "I love you too," she whispers, and we kiss, the Matterhorn witnessing our joy. The rest of the day feels like we're walking on air. We pack our things with silly grins on our faces, teasing each other about who's going to be the stricter parent, making plans, dreaming dreams, At the airport, while waiting for our flight, we meet a couple. Frank and Jenna are seasoned travelers with stories that stretch across continents. We share our news with them, and their excitement adds to the growing sense of community around our growing family. "Kids are the best adventure," Frank says, his eyes twinkling. "They make you see the world in a whole new way." Jenna nods, laughing. "And they hardly ever let you sleep, so you really do see the world at all hours." We all laugh, and I feel a deep gratitude for this moment, for all these connections, old and new. The flight back is a blur of sleep and whispered conversations about baby names and nursery colors. When we land, it's with a sense of returning home to start the greatest adventure of our lives. The weeks that follow are a flurry of activity. We tell our families, who are overjoyed, and our home fills with baby books and congratulations cards. Every night Lacey and I sit together, her head resting against my shoulder, talking about our future. While our honeymoon may have ended, our happily ever after is just beginning. It's in every quiet morning with coffee and the newspaper, every stroll through the park imagining pushing a stroller, and every night we spend planning and dreaming. Our life together is a tapestry of moments joyful, challenging, transformative. And as I look forward to all the moments yet to come, I am profoundly grateful for every second of this journey. Lacey walks into the room one evening after a long day of preparing the nursery, a book in her hand, a peaceful smile on her face. "What are you smiling about?" she asks, sitting beside me. "Just thinking about how lucky I am," I say, pulling her close. "We are," she corrects me gently, resting her head on my shoulder. "We are," I agree, and as we sit there in our quiet living room, I know that this right here, is our forever, and I wouldn't have it any other way.